To become a real adventure seeker, you need to have 3 important qualities: energy supply for any tasks, determination to follow your intentions, and a good heart, which is able to sympathize with friends. A boy with red hair exclaims her aunt that as soon as he has his skill, he will certainly enter the guild and become a real adventure seeker. One of the children suggests going to look for food, and the other asks in surprise what he is talking about. In this world, there is a blessing ceremony. When it turns 14, even orphans like them can receive their gift. It is then that everyone gets a unique skill. It was their last chance to escape from a terrible life. A man, beaten and bloody, almost loses consciousness. 5 years ago, he returned to church in the kingdom of the Centricillion. It is said that this year the ceremony is especially rich in gifts. A child named Kridravd has received a special skill of the highest level for magic, a great sage. And a girl named Zeta does not hide joy. She just does not believe that 2 extremely rare abilities have got: a holy wave and a healing hand. Lieber got the skill of courage. If you learn how to use it skillfully, it can be a true unique ability. The old man explains that it is the mercy of God, and the power they gave to the suffering is needed to fight terrible monsters and demons. The transience confidently states that it will certainly become the best magician in the world, and the old man is hopeful that he hopes for it. Then he turns to the gum, asking her to return to the church, because her abilities are only inherent in the Holy Virgin. The girl is happy to reply that he will be beneficial to people. The guy adds that he grew up in the wilds, but now he has become brave, and confidently claims that they will succeed. The old man reminds that everyone who was blessed by God is obliged to use these gifts. He insists everyone remembers it. Then he asks, did they understand his words? Children are happy to exclaim that everything is understood. Then the old man adds that they have another friend, but he can't remember his name. It does not matter. It has no ability at all. This unfortunate guy is called Rijao. He thinks why it happened. Why does he not have this ability? The old man approaches and tries to comfort him. They say, many have not received this gift. This year, there were 4 more at the ceremony, but there was an unusual situation. He tells that he has never happened before 3 people immediately mastered the skill and all received the highest titles. He can't understand why he did not get anything. The old man only sighs and says that all this is the will of God. He tells him that he does not dive into sadness more than he should. Just let go and return to his ordinary life, because that's what ordinary people live. If you understand, then let go. Ryoi still feels anger mixed with sadness. He cannot understand why everything happened. 3 more approach him, try to comfort, say they are sorry, and that he is very important to them. They are all children only, but were able to survive to this day only because they always supported each other. The river lifts his eyes with hope and begins to say that everything has changed now. Thanks to these skills, they will quickly become unsurpassed, says Zeta. It is time to say goodbye here, and she assures that she will never forget it. And Lieber wishes him good luck in search of garbage alone. They go away and discuss what has happened. Zeta clearly overtook his stick with her ruthless behavior. I remember it. After all, politeness has now become a prerequisite for success, I wonder. It really is training it now. He hears their laughter when suddenly someone pulls him by his hair. The old man tells him, didn't I warn you to stay away? Only in obedience do helpless find their virtue. The old man says he can give him advice. Many people without much abilities are familiar. He asks, is it worth raising the level if there is no special talent? Then he breaks the story and notes that it is only a fiction. Where else can you fight monsters and demons and gain experience? It is possible to increase your level even without any skills, which is full of nonsense. They threw him outside, saying that being an ordinary person was not a sin. Sin is thoughtless to go to the forest in search of power, risking to become a prey of demons. So they do only stupid. An elderly man comes to the church and says with sadness in his voice that, in his opinion, if all the mediocrity dies, the world will not lose anything. Therefore, let everything go as it is appointed. In Ryu, the idea that he had lost. He understood that even the most pity orphan of life would change if a blessing ceremony appeared at least some ability. It was a chance that falls only once in his life, and of all present only he remained with nothing. Libor, Zeta, and Krydrad seem to have won a large sum, and this is a real success. He thinks that if his friends are happy, then his heart will be full of joy. But suddenly tears appear in his eyes. He screams virtually through tears, how much he hurts. He says a lot of words. Then he wipes tears and decides to no longer succumb to emotions. Now he needs to think about what awaits. How to live now. If he just returns to his usual life in solitude, then the insults and misunderstandings will break him, and he will die, and without changing. And to prevent this from happening, he will have to take the risk. In other words, raise his bet and increase the level of the game. Despite the fact that hundreds of thousands of people have tried without much skills and failed, there is almost no chance of success in his current situation. At the same time, his level after life in the city was actually equal to 1, but apparently it didn't matter. From now on, to survive, to look at them a little with a victorious smile, there is no other way out. Anyone who has neither family nor wealth or friends is a truly strong one who can lose nothing. A few days have passed, and the exhausted Ruya with a groan confessed that everything here is absolutely unrealistic, and he will certainly die. During all this time he failed to kill any monsters. He looked at his palm, thinking what was happening to him. Even the one with horned hair, who seemed to him the most innocent, not only went against him, but also well died. It bleeds again, and it causes fear. However, he was worn every day, and on his body there was more and more scratches and bites. Although nothing serious happened, these wounds only accumulated. If it goes on, it will turn into a real test. He thinks whether all this struggle was in vain. After all, if a person tries to rise higher without much ability, everything can end tragically. Often they are simply killed. It is sad to admit that it is usually easier and safer to lead a regular, invisible life. When a person does not understand what is happening to her, he may dream of a strange sleep. But when it faces reality, it faces the truth. At the end of this path, only death is waiting for the one who is left without skills and support. He says that if he does not return now, he will really stop thinking about it. And then he sighs and decides. Once he still was destined to die, no matter what the way went, then it is not necessary to stop. It is necessary to move forward. And now, in the very thicket of the forest, he suddenly came across a blue dragon. Even he heard of a tremendous darkness that radiated this dragon. Rumors and legends say that he instantly dealt with the best heroes and erased from the face of the city and the village without any regret. Feeling how he is trembling and awareness of his own death, he thinks about what to do next. Suddenly some voice hears in the middle of silence. Someone says that at the will of heaven he dared to descend to the earth and did not expect such a strange fate at all. The river suggests that the dragon himself is in front of her. He is told that he is wrong. He is not just a dragon, but a dragon. The river does not believe in it. The dragon Zemai notes that his fate was able to splash with the sky itself, influence the will of the higher powers, and eventually brought him here, to him. So now he is interested in what he dreams on, what he wants in the near future. The river does not understand what it is about. What is the fate, will of heaven, or desire? He suspects that the dragon Siri simply invents some words to explain how to kill him. The dragon Siri says that in order to fulfill any desire, he must act on his own. Only when he truly wants something to all his heart, and he will reach for it. No sky, earth, people, or gods will bring him desired. It all depends only on his determination. The dragon asks again, what does he actually seek? The hero repeats his question, addressing him again. Ryoi thinks what this delusions, he says again. How many times he has asked for some ability, and the gods have never given him anything. So why, if he asks for it, the snake dragon really fulfill his desire? Squeezing his fist, he states that he desires strength. Such a powerful power that even without the ability that God should give, he will have no problems. He asks if the dragon well will give him this power. The dragon Siri begins to laugh and says that such power really exists. But as he said, neither the sky nor the earth will give him nothing. He must get his desire himself and feed him himself. Everything that he is able to strengthen his thirst, and then he will get everything, both what he wanted and what he never wanted. River asks if it is true. In response, he says that there is also the will of heaven. The river asks how to understand it, and then he promises to briefly explain everything. The blue dragon West will become his harsh mentor, and will begin to train the guy with harsh beating, bringing to exhaustion. But the young man confidently states that he understood everything about his teacher. 5 years later, Ryu is lying on the ground after a strong blow, and hears that someone tells him that the break has been over. Ryoi asks the dragon teacher to repeat what he said, but he replies that that is enough. He advises Swing to check his status. His name is Destroying. It is now 8:34:79,117. although it does not have skills, but the force is simply incredible. As much as 27, 49, 30,000. The speed is even more striking. 28, 99,834. Ryu admits that he has no special abilities and considers himself an ordinary, talent devoid of person. He decides that it is worth training a little. The dragon in response advises you to remember, ordinary people never exceed 99 levels. He asks whether he really talks seriously, and the dragon confirms his assumption. Then he is wondering, why so perhaps, is that his opponent is a Dragon West. In response, he hears, everything he can say is his fate. He said that the maximum level of Snake Dragon was as many as 10 million. Since he now has become even stronger with him, right now is the best moment to stay in this place. The RO looked at his palm. To be honest, he had not yet realized that it really happened. He sought to become so strong to overcome his ineptitude. Now he asks himself if he managed to approach the ideal he dreamed of. The dragon Smai laughs at him, arguing that he will be about to pay for sadness. But the hero denies angrily. They say, it is not because of sadness. He just mentioned the difficult days experienced in real hell. Then he thanks the dragon and confesses that everything he has achieved was made possible by him. Then the dragon Siri reports that he has a farewell gift for him. He said that he had grown and mastered his own for many years. They give no one to anyone, and only they know about the gift together. Ryoya agrees, and the dragon says goodbye to him. He says his stone has come to a new level, and therefore it is time to act as he wants. The Rivers asks if they will meet ever. He only replies that this will happen only if fate decides for him. Ryoya shares that these 5 years have passed for him, as if in a dream, because he was more than once on the verge of life and death. Suddenly, there are scary monsters behind him. He notices that the goblins in front of him, and he is very angry. They are indifferent to his memories, and they were so unceremoniously violated. He rushes to them with fury. One of the goblins simply disappears after a stroke. He shakes his hand and says that nothing happened, because he broke everything into small pieces again, and even the bodies were left. Then he notices that the goblins are still not running away. He defeated all the goblins and now wondered what to do next. He not only strengthened the body through training, but also worked on purifying his soul from small images and hostility. Once upon a time he dreamed of becoming strong, climbing all and mocking those friends who left him. Such thoughts were before the beginning of training. But now, for some reason, these feelings have dissolved, as if it were necessary on the water. He risked life as many times that there could be no question of a break. But now everything can remain as it was before. He suddenly remembers something and says that it is possible to try this plan again. Even without skill, he will be able to somehow make ends with the ends, if he takes on the tasks. He jumps off the rock and decides to try to become an adventure seeker. He lands quietly and begins to go along the river. But suddenly he is stopped by gloomy men with unbroken views. They laugh mockingly and warn that walking here is very dangerous. 4 Roberts began to gather around him, and when he addressed him, they suggested that if he does not deny, they are ready to take him to a safe place. Riva believes that if they do not take personal things by force, then they probably want something from it. He asks if they really do the abduction of people. One of them is offended, and replies that such words are an unfair image, because they are ordinary people, friendly, though a little wild. One of them notes if he had some special skills. The other asks if the merchant is really ready to pay a tidy amount. Then the first enthusiasm agrees. It's just a great idea. They constantly claim the same thing. They say, if he does not seek to die, then let them follow them, like an obedient kitten. Let it not be worried. They promise to sell it profitably, so it should be rejoiced if they are assigned a considerable amount for it. Revia sighs and tells them that, unfortunately, he has no skills, so even if they sell it, they will not receive a lot of money for him. Someone explains to him that even if he tries to deceive, the merchant will still see the truth due to his assessment skill. Frankly, they will be glad, even if they sell the goods for nothing. Ryoic told them that nothing could be done. He wondered if he had already respected the fact that he now had no sources of income. In response, he heard that he really had resigned. The next moment Richa just strikes the man, and he flies far away. The bandits immediately panic. They shout that he killed him with his bare hands, and warn others to be careful, because he still has skill. There is a HS skill that can be applied to sudden attacks. In fact, it is such a powerful opportunity that, having learned about it, it is decided to kill because now it is not a product, but a dangerous witness. Ryu recalls how their friend was killed, but the delight of valuable trophies is still prevailing. He calls them crazy about it. All together rush to him, but only death awaits all. The last of them begins to tremble with fear and beg for help. River Cold replies, "If you release them now, they will still kill again, because they have already made enough disaster." Rio does not seem a soulless person who is completely indifferent to the murderers, but he understands that instead of pulling the criminal for a few days through a wild place and transferring it into the hands of power, it is easier and more correct to destroy the enemy immediately. Another character approaches and states that while he was engaged in his affairs, someone dared to destroy everyone. Ruya is turning around, and he is told that he has incredibly powerful talent. Jack is wondering if it is just a skill that strengthens the team. It seems to him that it is something inherent in the leader, because he himself does not have any such ability. Here the athlete changes his appearance and confesses that he also has the skill of reinforcement. He adds that he has an additional 10% to force, so he offers to compare which one is stronger. River is dissatisfied with whether he hears what he says. The destruction is surprised. Does he really do the robbery in the mountains, because he has a special skill and is considered elected? The joke only shrugs. And what of that? Revi says that true power is to serve others. But in fact, he directs all his skills only on himself. Moreover, he intentionally tries to harm others. He makes a mockery asking if he is stupid. And then he emphasizes that now, as he wanted, they will try their hand in confrontation. Rai easily lifts a giant stone with one hand, and it immediately frightens the crash. River calls him a thief and threatens the stone, holding it in front of him. He shouted, but eventually the rock fell and crushed the athlete. Riva raises his head and notices someone. He jumps and quickly approaches the man. He asks him if he is the same merchant who has brought the robbers to the bad. The man begins to tremble with fear. Ray wondered if these people were his guards. He shook his head. Then Ray added that she met him right on the road when she transported the goods. Ryoya says that the store is closing today, but it deny it all the time. The merchant suddenly falls on his knees and begins to ask forgiveness, recognizing that Ryoya is really strong, once it turned out. Under his guidance, their skills may be useful. Ryoya was surprised. The merchant instantly stated that he was ready to pay him 3 times more than he should give to these lasers, such a price of his abilities. Ryoya asked if he really was offering him an accomplice. The merchant says that he seems to understand something because such trade is also a great business. You just give customers what they want, and even once in 16th place among the desired professions. If it is not interested in money, you can always pay in some other way. Raya listens to this with a stone expression. The merchant explains that you can pay both an innocent girl and a mature woman, and even a man, indifferently, only a fee is important. He laughs and adds that, after all, it is all for the sake of humanity. However, the next moment the blood splashes around and the merchant falls dead. He enters the car of the dealer, opens the door and warns, "If someone is here, it is better to run." Looking inside, he notices a little girl with shackles in her arms and thinks, perhaps she also became a victim of abduction. In the kingdom of Centaucillus, in the heart of Sionora's fashion area, the girl is referred to as Madam and asked if she has any wishes, whether she needs simple clothing for everyday life or perhaps something special for the party. They assure that any order can be fulfilled. It is said that today it is convenient everyday clothes, almost like pajamas. The girl stands, trembles, and does not know what to do next. She was allowed to choose everything she wants, but this is her first visit to such a fashion store. Therefore, she addresses you for help. She sees the river sits on a chair with a sloping head, sad and thoughtful. She becomes lusty. The lack of passion in his eyes seems to her a sign of irritation. Yes, apparently, people from the city. Perhaps this is their special steepness. At this point, Rajao recalls how the girl begged him to take her with her and promised to do everything he desires for him. He is wondering if the merchant managed to catch her. He also asks how you can return home in their native land. She barely held her tears, confessing that she had recently passed through the blessing ceremony. So she gained a new skill, and this was a truly incredible ability. Since then, a strange, anxious atmosphere has hanged in the village. And one night when it slept peacefully, something unexpected happened. Ray asks whether the merchant once stopped. She remembers how she heard that a girl with such talents as her will always find many buyers. For such people, rare ability is a real treasure. He thinks of how the merchants learned about the girl. Probably someone quietly told about her in the village. The girl confesses that he does not want to return, neither home nor before the village. The river raises the girl and agrees to fulfill her request. He says he now wants to become an adventure seeker, and the girl in return with a smile states that she will become the second. This is exactly how the events that led them to this moment, and it seems everything came out for the better. The employee notes that the girl's outfit is perfect for any long journey, as he asked. The girl is interested in how he is. In response, he gives them goodbye to the dragon snake, deciding that this thing can still be useful. The girl thanked him and promised to do everything he could. He could not understand why she so devotion wanted to thank him. They follow the path, laid out of centillion stones. The girl asks what a large building is ahead. It replies, it is a castle. She has wondered if the king is really living there, and he thinks that it is probably so. And Raya remembers that he returned here for the first time in the last 5 years. In the same kingdom, it is in the Guild of Adventurers. He notes that everything is arranged here as it should be. A wonderful place. River explains that everything is solved here. So many people behave roughly. He turns to her, calling NM, and asks whether she against this appeal. The girl is starring, but quickly replies that she does not bother her. The river confesses that everything looks unrealistic, but they still go inside. They open the door and ask them whether they can enter, but the employee is shaking at them and asks them strictly whether they really want to register. This question frightens them, and they begin to be nervous. Gnome claims that it is a real monster. She still heard that the Adventure Guild is a rather dangerous place. The Lundite worker expresses the opinion that Gnome seems to be afraid of her, so it is not necessary to wait for the girl. But the guy standing next to the gnome makes the impression of a person with strong nerves. Ria says he literally fossils near her 5 years ago. She looks at him and remembers. He is the same guy who called her aunt. Gnome tries to convince himself that she is not terrible at all. Big, yes, but not frightening. Then Ria is interested in what happened to the other 3 and how they have. He tells her everything he knows. She listens carefully and explains that people with unique abilities are always trying to attract in advance. This is a common thing for the church, because they have long lost any moral principles and act as a soulless organization. River tells that is why he trained on his own. He wanted to become an adventurer, even if he has no special skills. He also adds that he dreamed of helping those who are in trouble. He bows and politely asks him to register him as an adventure seeker. The girl looks a little uncertain and is about to answer something, but at this point the dame also addresses her with the same request. She says that Ria is an extraordinary person, because he once saved her from captivity of criminals. In her opinion, someone is so kind and brave will definitely be a great adventure seeker. And this is a true truth in which she has no doubt. River does not understand why she behaves even more hot and excited than him, so she asks her direction. She begins to justify, but the girl only calls him a fool. She asks him to repeat what the traveler needs. It replies, "It is energy that gives strength to any business, the ability to go to the end and the ability to sincerely sympathize with your friends." The girl smiles and tells him that he is accepted. She explains that there was no skill among all criteria. During the training, she was side by side, supported and repeatedly painted his loneliness. Gnome tells him that he is a real good, and then adds that Mrs. Lundit is also good, even if it seems harsh outside. Lundit notes, the girl is stuck in a difficult one, and everything is not so easy here. It is illegal. It matches something similar. Then Ryoya begins to talk about the case. When he met her, he destroyed the merchant and his servants without hesitation, who attacked him just in place. Lundit notes that there are almost no problems with the melee outside the city. She calls him a good person. Ryoya adds that the merchant had something that could come in handy and passes this thing to her. She takes the documents to her hands and is surprised. She exclaims that there are trade accounts and copies of contracts, even records of customer habits. What a wonderful gift before registration. Ryoya mentally notes that he predicted everything in advance, but no one says that he is cool. Landit approaches a promising beginner and says he will now give him something important. She extends a sheet with a sign and is wondering if he knows how to use it. Noam is interested in what it is. He has explained that this is a guild card and demonstrate what information is needed for registration. Then they show how blood is applied to the card. And then this is the result. Lunde looks at his characteristics and says that the 17th level is not bad for the newcomer. She asks if it is the result of training. But he points out that it is unlikely to be so, because his level is still too low. Ryu asks everyone to wait a minute and goes out. He checks his level on his own, and sees that it is 8,347,917. Surveying with relief, the guy thinks why he was then demonstrated. He returns and asks if the level of a person cannot exceed 99. Lundit agrees, says that he is written in a book, although she did not see it with his own eyes. Even the traveler reaches rank A, when it increases its level by the 50th. But to cross the mark in the 60th level is already a real legend. Revia understands that the card simply is not intended to show a level above 99, so it reflects only the last two available figures. Lundit reports that registration is completed, but suddenly, he is interrupted by Nokim, who asks to allow another person to join and asks to show love and affection, allowing him to work here. Lundit confidently stated that after the successful passing of the ceremony, she had already become an adult. According to the rules of the guild, there is no reason to refuse her. She asks if her skill will be recorded. River looks at her, and Lundit confidently states that he is ready, as a true experienced adventurer, to cause power that will bring her many trials and pain. Ryoya intervenes and asks, what if she refuses to show it? But in response, he only shrugs, says it is impossible, especially when it comes to this skill. She adds that this is probably difficult for a girl, but she still has to be done. Nobody deny, and eventually a voice is heard, she will do it, she will. She confidently states that, together with Mr. Ryu, she became an adventure search, she has no doubt. Lundit nods approvingly and says it is the right answer. She extends the map and asks to use it. The girl pierces her finger, and a drop of blood appears on the card. After that, the card reflects its characteristics. It is only the first level now, but has the skill of King Alchemy. So her ideal profession is the alchemist. Ryoha asks what the king meant, and quickly flips the book, looking for the list. Finally she says she thought, this is the highest level of alchemy. The girl does not understand what it is about. Lundit even exclaims that it is the highest level skill, because there is a master mixer, a cavalier, and a mechanic in one person. It is incredibly amazed by the fact that only one alchemist can affect the fate of the city, raise prices to heaven, and actually become a living, walking industrial revolution. It, she said, is just crazy steadily. Gnome tells the Regia that she seemed unusual, and the river is amazed at Landa's reaction. Lundit said that in her native country everyone seemed to have gone crazy. It was worth showing her unique talent. She was appreciated as a golden chicken. After all, when a similar ability appears, everyone loses his mind from greed. Gnome shouts that he wants to be near Mr. Rui and trusts him. Ruya felt for the first time what distrust of other people. All the relationships he trusted and created before were destroyed by the new skill he received. Because he can help, he sincerely seeks to support her. He confesses to Noam that he has heard the whole conversation. She answers him with a light smile and turns back. Different people began to say that with such a cool ability, she should accurately join them. And if Mr. Michal with his ghostly hand will be with them, then they will become a real team of friends B. In addition, if you take good care of her, it becomes a real beauty. You can cause phantoms both day and night. What else can you want? Rue stands for her defense and tells her to go away, because she decided to be near him, so discussing nothing more. They start screaming at him, ordered to silence, call him worthless and forbid even think about swaying in front of these ghostly hands. Here, Lundit adds that her actions were self-defense. 40 minutes later, to the southeast of the city, on the plain of the Quran, she confesses that she fell in love with him again, and believes that he has shaken their nerves well. Ryoya confesses that he has done wrong, though no one is surprised. Lundi reassures him, they say, do not worry. Once this rot will still disappear. She says other things are more important now. Training newcomers and collecting medicinal herbs begins. No one responds. Then she exclaims that she hears nothing, and asks loudly whether they want to collect herbs at all. Two in response to, shouting what they want. Lundit, hearing how Nam calls her a pink baby, who just gave birth to their mother, just smiles, and says that even aging is good too. She suggests that Noam try to repeat this, and gently addresses, well, Agukans, Noam. The lounge screams on Ryu, asking if he is happy. She promises to kill them all the intricacies of the adventure, without giving a moment of rest. He in response exclaims that he is happy. It warns both. If someone seems to be weakened, it feeds them with black allotment, the same that reminds of all their impurities inside. So training begins. Within a few minutes, Lundit noted that even the most experienced can mistakenly put 10 things in one basket, and that is the call, time limit. At this point, Rhea told her that he had already finished. She looks at him carefully and says that everything is right, but does not understand how it turned out. He replies that he trained in the mountains. Lundit calls him a savage. No one approaches and announces that she has already completed. She is surprised. She looked and said it was the medicinal herb of the highest category. Where did she get it? This is a real rarity. The girl asks the girl whether it is indeed because of her skill, like the king of alchemy. The girl replies that he does not know, because such a plant has not grown before. She just fell into her eye. She admires Ryu that he is incredible. He is all without much abilities, and she really admires him. Ryu smiles awkwardly and notes that she is clearly exaggerating. Lundit attracts attention and notes that the harvesting of herbs is over surprisingly quickly, so they are happy to ask if they can go before. However, she calmly explains that the territory awaits them ahead. There is a site in this area where you cannot step. She noted that the place they went, she will definitely show them during the workout, because they will soon become adventure seekers, so you need to remember. Ruvia notes that Lady Lundit is trembling, and in front of them a light, almost invisible mull is hanging. He feels that there will be something unusual in front of them. Lundit warns, if they accidentally come off the path, there will be no way back. In the kingdom, the Centicillian guilders of adventurers have identified one particularly dangerous area, where it is strictly forbidden to come to anyone, under no circumstances. This place is called the Zone of Evil Spirits. And what is the name of the one who is waiting for them in this terrible place? Lundit said that the clergy also creates a protective barrier and struggles desperately as soon as it can. Half of their lands have already been captured by evil spirits. If someone accidentally gets into this territory, then most likely it will end in the fact that the spirits will simply drive a person to death. They step on the forbidden territory, where they should not go at all. Lundit is asked if they were outside the protective barrier. Lundit says this is the perfect opportunity to demonstrate his skill. He proclaims, hearing reinforcement. Thanks to this ability, he can clearly hear even whispers from afar. And if there is a spirit that does not make any sound at all, it will still catch something. Ruya says it is a surprisingly passive skill. Gnome is surprised why it is not a combat, a real attack. She is indignant. Why can this be called a skill? She says that thanks to his help more than once, and did not avoid twice the inevitable death. Adventurers, such as he, know how to bypass the danger. Noam explained to her that that is why she became a guild. Suddenly, Lundit was asked to silence everyone with a gesture. It seemed to her that she had heard something. And indeed, someone was just flying on them. A dark monster that came out of the sky. Ruya seems to have heard something, and instantly covers panic. They break from the place with Lunditis. Lundit exclaims that it is a legion, and they need to run. Both are racing everywhere, shouting that it is a representative of the most consistent class, against which any physical attacks are in vain. Gnome herself notices this, and Lundit, calling him a fool, asks what he does at all, and says he needs to run faster. Ryoi stops, turns to Lundit, and says that she trusts her to take care of Gnome, because he has a plan. The girl shouts his name when she sees how a monster flies straight at him. But in the next moment the beast explodes and disappears without a trace. The girls look at it, not believing their eyes. Evil spirits suck vital energy from man. That's how he thought. He had to use his incredible thing, or special technique, as he was not immediately erased from the face of the earth. The girls are amazed at his act, praise, and say that he does not even work on him. Lundit asks, does he really have any special ability? But most importantly, the situation was much more dangerous than someone could imagine. He reports Lundit that she goes to her, but she does not understand his words. Raya says that if there is no further expelled perfume, no one will remain on this plane. Lundit does not believe. Does he really say that? After all, to cross this plane, it takes 2 to 3 days. And you will have to go straight through Mayas. After 35 minutes, they notice the lock that visible in the middle of the fog. Lundit asks in surprise, as it is possible for the castle to stand in such a thick haze. Ryuya thinks why they all went for a guilder. She replies that the whole thing is only in his character. Noam confesses to him that he does not want to divorce and will always be near. Meanwhile, they call again to Ryu, warning that the legions of enemies are around. But it is not a problem for Ryu. It easily deal with them. Inside the castle, in the throne hall on the upper floor, the Re effortlessly destroys the walls. It is said that it is rarely guests. Ruya turns to her, asking if she is the main among the evil spirits that filled this world. Londit, hiding behind the wall, calls and says that they just some pale face. In response, this mysterious enemy coldly points out that to equate it to any perfume too unceremoniously and offensively for her. She argues that he is one of the highest creatures that rule this world. Her name among 18 demonic perfumes. She was called a Binyan. River asks her if she could have disappeared from these places. She grunts that it is unfair. River explains that the local evil spirits have climbed through it. She shrugs her shoulders in response. They say she does not know herself, apparently. They were simply attracted to her miasms. He says that that is why her presence causes so much hassle to all around, and it would be better if she could find a shelter somewhere else. The farther from the city, the better. However, no one agrees with that. Ryoya adds that since she is a higher being, he is sure that it is quite possible for her. She denies it, emphasizes that she really likes here, which is why she stayed in this city. Then he is interested. Do people often do the same? Ryoha replies that perhaps it is, but they do not live as long as she and have no strength as her. If she is really wise, then he may quench her divine pride and give way to them. Then Binyan said that once it was about arrogance, she also has something to add. According to the ancient and unchanging law, which no one has violated yet, the weaker always obeys strong. She says that the weak seems barely holding back tears, falling on their knees at a moment and praying for higher mercy. Otherwise, only death awaits them. There is no other way. Ryoj adds that even negotiations have their limits. Then if he is stronger than her, she will have to obey him. Ambinia strictly asks whether he is aware of the situation. She says that such blind self-confidence and vanity deserve death, so she will slowly kill him, forcing him to feel the true torment of hell. Both girls exclaimed that Mr. Destroy is going to fight the leader of evil spirits. Let others say they want, but this is a completely different level of danger. This is what the intuition of an experienced adventure seeker with more than 10 years in this dangerous world suggests. Suddenly Ambenin refers to them, and they have a real fear. She confidently points her finger and says that they do not worry. She will spare them and allow them to return to the city. However, they cannot understand what she is talking about. The boss promises that they will tell everyone about the tragic death of this boy. Their songs will be a reservation for others. Here, Regis said that he did not even doubt. She would not leave anyone alive, and therefore she had a good heart. The chief voiced that this is the question of efficiency, but he does not even imagine what he is involved. So, he will be enough. River says she is still alive, so her decisions always have good intentions, and even a little sympathy for her is too. Suddenly, she begins to blush and then exclaims, "What does he create again?" She thinks that no matter how he praised her, it will not work out of it, and considers it a futile business. River explains that that is why she does not take her life until she completely obeys. She in response says that she is still unpleasant. She shouts that no one has ever cared for her, and the words will be even more angry. She states loudly, before you die, she will give him a lecture on the structure of this world. Now she turns to the girls and says they all have to listen carefully. She draws their attention and says that there are 3 types of higher creatures on Earth. In fact, it belongs to the highest type. It is the devilish spirit, and such as it, only 18 in the world. Rue raises her hand and reminds that she had already said it when she met. She exclaims that he has not understood anything yet. It shows records that say that the maximum level for people is 99. She explains, treat yourself at least to endlessly, but it is impossible to exceed this level. And sighs, what an annoyance. Rui asks her how they have things to do with it, based on the previous one. She smiles and replies that the question is really good. It further adds that to make them more helpless, it will risk tearing the leaves one by one. She draws the scheme, explaining that the demonic race can reach at more than 999 levels. Demons grow up to 9,999, and the spirits of demons, as much as 99,999 levels. She states with confidence and pride that she has already risen to incredible height. Her level is 59,845. No one is surprised that its level exceeds 10,000. Wondated immediately states that a person is simply unable to compete with such force, so their city is end. Ambidian just smiles, because she was waiting for such a reaction. She returns to the river, and is interested in how he has. When he asks if he realizes that he has a dwarfism, the guy just refuses. No, he involves his strength, forcing Ambignian himself to close from the light. She screams loudly, not believing what a powerful vital energy is. It seems to her that her body, the body shell of the demonic spirit, just melts in her eyes. Lundit notes that it looks pale, and thinks of whether everything has succeeded. Rely at this time thinks that it is almost the same as evil spirits, and if it is struck by vital energy, it will also be neutralized. Ambenin cannot believe his eyes. She sees no information about this guy. Even his level remains a mystery to her. Ruya explained that all because of his level. 8,347,917. She is stunned, and the girls also throw surprised looks at her and ask what he said. He repeatedly repeats, "He has 8 million. At this point, the boss falls on his knees and shouts that it seems, recognizing his stupidity. She confesses that she had no idea what she got involved, and now she asks for her life to spare her at least. Rhea wondered if she believed in him, and in response and confidently claimed that, of course. She called it Your Majesty, adding that his strength exceeds her own, that it wins the bones with cold. She continues to speak, sincerely apologizing to him for worrying, but at the same time asks whether he was not in contact with something like a huge snake or some strange natural event. He asks whether the dragon Smias is, and she looks at him in surprise, asking if they are so irresponsible to violate the laws of the universe before leave. The river is curious about what it means. She says she has recently talked about 3 types of higher creatures on Earth. But besides them, there are still creatures that do not belong to this world. They are called 8 snake-shaped dragons, 4 dimensions, and 2 polarity. They all live out of reach of people. Every 100 years, they appear unexpectedly and change the world so much that everything stands upside down. Ruya understands this, thinking about himself. She turns to him, magnifies his majesty, and adds that he is chosen by the dragon smith. He humbly asks to forgive his rudeness, promising to do everything he needs. Rivia says that in this case she should die, and at the same moment everything shudders. Then she asks if he was not scared, because in fact she just joked. So there is peace in the entire plane. On the way back, he was literally filled with questions. Londita says that he has an unspeakably high level. She will have to believe the word. And no one confesses that he had long considered him a special person. For such a strong personality as he, skills do not play a big role, unlike her. After all, everyone is doing with her. But this is not quite true. Ryu was greatly worried about the despair and a sense of inferiority of a person without the ability. He even felt envy, and this irritation was the impetus for training. Raya confesses that she still considers herself a person without much talents. She just has become a little stronger, but probably her capabilities are still limited. Now he will often seek help from those who have a special talent like her. He asks if she will help him when such a moment. She smiles widely, says that she will be happy to help, and thanks him, noting his truly rare personal qualities. Ruya saw the spirit and asked in surprise, "Are you still here? You got an order to move." She added that even the castle had been demolished. Lundoda has confirmed the castle and really went somewhere. Amber explains that the Phantom Castle is created from the part of it. Ryoi thinks that this girl is really cool. He asks not to bother her anymore. Ambien flies with him, and at some point they look back to look at the castle again. She loudly states that she wants to accompany His Majesty everywhere. He advises to look at the girls' faces. She has wondered if it causes some difficulties, and the girls' chorus replies that they do not know anything about such plans. Ambinian says that evil spirits can come to them, isn't it? But if you just close the faucet, all the problems will disappear. So, it turns out that she won in the dispute. The question of its appearance begins, and then Binian explains. Thanks to the adjustment of my IS, it can fly freely, and its appearance varies, from white to almost transparent. They ask her questions, but it seems that she does not hear them at all. Instead, she suggests altogether to return to the city with a victory. Ryasha, meanwhile, feels that the true cause of their troubles speaks quite another. Ruya cannot understand what a triumphal return or unexpected turn should happen, as it is. Ambinian reminds that the oath is already fastened between the master and the servant, and therefore, she must give him something. He lifts his eyes, and she slowly approaches him. Suddenly, the girl closes her eyes, and Lundit explodes with indignation, not realizing that she conceived. In fact, she still does not understand that she is a ghost. But is it really possible to touch her? Ambanin says that there is a spiritual connection between them, so they can feel the emotions and feelings of each other. She invites him to pay attention to the girls. He fails to see the one who is stronger than him, but all others seem to be open books. He sees them through. Indeed, he sees the features and skills of Noma. The king of alchemists gives the opportunity to do alchemy and mixing metals. In addition, this title enhances all possible alchemistry effects to the maximum level. Lundit improves hearing and focusing. You can even exacerbate this feeling. River notes that he actually perceives all parameters differently than usual. Both admit that it is cool, but at the same time, they feel some anxiety. The Mbs confesses to him that she has shared without hesitation with him, and only with him, this information. She considers it as a modest help, because such things cannot be obtained by strength or one muscles. She asks her compassion on her face whether he can accept it from one that has already caused so much hassle. River asks if it is fair that the demonic spirit has such a beautiful face. She notes that her popularity is only growing. For a long time, no one called her beautiful. Immediately after she registered the adventurer, they and their comrades began to act bravely. They returned to the city, winning. He appears in front of him, and someone starts complaining to him immediately. Lundite recognizes this man. This is a dog. River immediately notices its characteristics. It has already reached the 24th level. Her special ability is a powerful blow to the hand, which causes the explosion during contact, causing additional damage to the enemy. He asks the Rhea if she really has no skill or weapon. Ravaya looks at him and thinks who he really is. Dakezu recalls that he was always kind to his younger brother Bari, and now he is responsible for it. It is at this moment that the bar orders him to kill Raya. In fear, Dakeza shouts, realizing that his life is complete, because now he is awaited by the cruel revenge of the entire brothers' faction. His younger brother is all in bandages and patches, with broken hands and legs, and still continues to annoy the elder. The dog is angry with the kid and orders him to silence. Then, pointing his finger on the RU, he says he will first deal with him. Then he turns to Lundit and says that she has been looking for his eyes for a long time. From now on, he is her master, and she must serve him. He also adds that he will find a useful use of this girl who already knows who he is. They return to the city as winners, but suddenly the enemy felt a strange weakness in their body. It was unclear exhaustion that his energy disappeared somewhere. Ambanin is indignantly said that it is no longer possible to listen. Such rudeness is simply unacceptable. He appeals to Ryulia and asks her permission to study these unmistake people. But Ryulia denies him, insisting that it is his personal confrontation. Dougie is already lying on the floor, all in sweat and shudder. He does not understand what is happening, and suddenly notices Ambanin. In the end, the case was closed, and the Guild of the Adventure finally got rid of all the unpleasant persons. Gnome and Lundit, as always, were watched by everything from the side. The next day, Lundit said in the Guild of Aventurists that they wanted them to take the task in the dungeon. She explained that they were now in a difficult situation. Her interlocutors did not quite understand what to do. Lundit notes that first of all she should thank them. They removed the territories to collect herbs and put in order after Degis and his company. Ryoya in response is waving. They say there is nothing special about it. Lundit told him that she has raised their guild rating, so they can now look at the map. Ryoya noted that during this time they rose to 2 levels at once, and Ambanin said it was quite good. Lundit apologizes to Noam because she has not raised his rank yet. However, she is confident in her abilities and says she can easily raise the level to C or even in rank. She waved her hands excitedly, assuring that everything is fine, because Mr. Rija did much more than she. Ambinian looks at her. She says she is extremely sweet and so modest. Landite tells the boys that they really go too far. She says they rise very quickly and gain authority, and she helps them. That is why, according to her, they are now in a difficult situation. Rua wondered what the problem was. In response, Ambanin noted that the situation is even more complicated, because it is about abilities. Lundit interrupts her and exclaims it loudly that it is really so. The strong worlds will not leave them alone. They either try to force them to join themselves or destroy them. The guild is not able to protect members with races from F to D. Ambanin notes that the church, the Royal Palace, the Academy of Magic, and many other organizations. Everyone wants to take advantage of their capabilities, and this list can be continued without end. If they do not want to be used, they will have to show their character. In Ryu, there are only his hands, but if he applies them to the full, it can cause a new war. Huge power itself is not evil, but you cannot use it only for your own benefit. Such power can be the way to peace. Meanwhile, Lundite turns to Ambanin and says with a smile that he knows much more than it seems, and does not hide his pride in this regard. Suddenly, Rhea says he understood everything. To increase their rank, they need to do as many tasks as possible. London says that just in case he will write a letter of recommendation on their own behalf. 43 minutes passed, and they were already standing at the gate of the kingdom of Centicillion. Gnome and Ruya were amazed. These gates were just huge. The Shchi commander strictly tells them that it is forbidden and advises to leave immediately. She looks at him and says, he has only the 17th level, rank D, and no special skills. She does not believe her eyes and asks annoyingly if he is really so stupid or just blind. The woman does not restrain the indignation and read it, wondering what they are doing in their adventure guild. On this, he tries to justify himself and says he has a letter of recommendation with him. At once, it is angry. It requires to show this letter immediately. All this hears Noam, who whispers quietly aside, which is already beginning to fear her. She reads a letter and is convinced that her eyes do not betray her. It states that these two are really strong, so there is no reason to worry. The woman says that the letter was written by her sister, but she did not immediately believe it. Rue sounds right in the dungeon, hoping that he will respond. He mentally notes that, as he suggested, Gnome only the 3rd level, so this dungeon really scares her. Therefore, he tells her to stay with him. She says that it is not about it. She just reflected on the materials that were indicated in the request. He stops, looks at her carefully, and asks if it really is. She nods and confirms his words. The conductor made them in angry and ordered them to stop chatting, reminding that this place was not for couples in love. She announced that she would leave them here now. Raya asks her whether people with strong skills really get more opportunities in the dungeon, and she replies without hesitation that it is, of course, true. She says it is unfair. No matter how hard he hards, only a strong ability is solved, and you do nothing about it. Those who have a powerful skill always live much more than others, and it is easier for them to raise their level. Rui thought and realized that this lady was right. He was convinced that many people who were not lucky in life would have agreed with her opinion. She reports that they got places where you can find the root. Their first task is to find the root of the miscanthus. No one is surprised that this plant grows only here. She decides to break the root, but suddenly she stops her woman and warns about the trap. She tells that the roots are the body of the monster, and as soon as the living being enters his territory, it entangles the victim and sucks all the blood out of it. She explains that an effective way is to use the ability that can hit and break through the ground, causing harm, or setting fire all around with a fiery skill. Ruia raises something from the floor and asks if it was what they were looking for. The woman replies that this is the case, but when he is in danger, he must try to escape. Raya agrees and explains that that is why he pulled it so quickly. The woman notes that she did not notice immediately how much this root is larger than the ordinary roots of the mist-state. She confesses that she sees such a huge copy for the first time. No one reports that this is the root of Miss Kant's dragon, besides the chance to get it, less than 1%. River once again asks her whether she knows about him, and the girl replies that it seems like yes. The assessment of objects is one of the special abilities of the owner of alchemy. Thanks to this skill, the quality of the ingredients found has become better than during its first test in a training quest. Their second goal is to find Kiki Rog. When they are approaching, this monster fiercely spines on them. A woman with anxiety notes that this creature can tear the armor as if it were just a piece of paper. Revi, removing the horns from the monster, asks, "Is that really so?" She is stunned and says it really is something incredible. She has never seen that. Ruya asks if she knows what it is. It replies that it is the best material not only for the manufacture of armor, but also extremely valuable in alchemy. Kiki's blade. The woman wondered if it was another rare trophy. In response, she confidently confirmed it. Together, they praised the owner of alchemy. River noted that this ingredient was even more rare than the one they searched before, and then added that it was the last one they lacked. The guide strictly orders them not to interfere because, according to her, everything is under control. She asks if only red sand remains. Then he warns that this enemy is much more dangerous than everyone they have met. Ryoi asks her to take them to him, emphasizing that they rely on her. In response, she only warns. Then they do not say that she did not warn. Red sand is a soft, valuable mineral from which medicines are made. However, he should get into the air as he immediately breaks down into various mercury compounds. To defend itself, this mineral attacks any living creature approaching it. It is also called a mercury worm. Ravaya wondered whether it means that he was now liquid, and began to worry how they would pull him to the guild. The conductor stopped sharply and reported that the necessary place was nearby. But suddenly, a monster came out of the shadows. The guide jumped his head and exclaimed in despair that the monster really appeared. But not one thing, but their whole flock. Ryoi asks how you can win it. She is frightened that he does not know this, because he is invulnerable to physical attacks, and probably has some skill through which he became poisonous. No matter how strong the poison is, I do not affect it, so he already has his own idea. River reports NEM that he is about to dive. She immediately understands him and undoubtedly executes the order. Ringing without hesitation is immersed in the liquid. The conductor screams. Did he not hear her at all? He will die so. It passes for 2 minutes. She fades and asks herself if Mercury has stopped moving. And suddenly Riai emerges from the liquid. He shows a ball and asks if it is a nucleus. She exclaims that it really is. The girl cannot believe and asks how he managed to survive it. They are approached by Noam with a glass of water and reports that mercury poison accumulates in the body, so it has already prepared antidote. The conductor, stunned, asks when she managed to do it. Ryoi thanked her, but assured that everything was fine with him. Noam asked him not to lie and just drink the medicine. He said once again that he was not deceiving, and the leader could not understand what was wrong with this guy. At that moment, she hears a voice that orders not to delay. This aminin is called. If nothing is done, the nucleus will melt and disappear. She asks to pass it on to her. She says that her body is isolated from the outside world. There is no air here. There is no oxygen. Rai asks if they turn back. Nukim nods and notes that, as it should be expected, he coped with it so easily. They ask Nukima whether he can then pull it out again. He confesses that it will be a little unfortunate. The conductor remains in place, watching them depart. Although he has no special abilities, he is still strong. She underestimated him, and now she recognizes it. She is sure that he will be very happy if he receives 3 rare materials. Still, he met one good man. She hastily runs after them, pleading to wait and not leave it. A week has passed, and in the Aventurist Guild, Londit shouts in surprise that they are moving too fast. Did they already do everything? She asks annoyed what she is doing with them now. Thinking a little, Londit decides to introduce them to the head of the Guild of the Artisans, Senjui. They meet, and Ruya is interested in Londita what a guild of masters is. Senjui notices the things they have received, and asks whether it is the same task that requires such rare materials, because even experienced adventure seekers sometimes take a few years to find everything you need. Londit reports that the adventure has not yet been completed, so it asks to sit down and explains everything. Ryuya is surprised why a representative of the masters is present here. They are asked questions, which means that these materials need to be created. Noah tells that for potion, the main ingredients are painkillers, tonic, and red sand. Rue cannot understand what it is about, and asks. Lundit explains that this is a particularly powerful version of ordinary potions. It is so strong that it can restore even lost limbs and blood. The customer of this task is the Royal Palace. Together with the Artisans Guild, you need to collect materials, make at least 10 bottles and deliver them to the palace. Even the best doctors and alchemists were desperate because of such a senseless demand. Senjui notes that the war with demons in the northeast is not moving too well. He suggests that such a potion can only be created by a true master of alchemy. But in his guild, there is no such specialists. If such a person appears in the kingdom somewhere, they will be appreciated by the weight of gold. So as soon as someone shows a similar skill during the blessing ceremony, they immediately start hunting. River looks at Noam. Senjui says he is forced to cancel this mission. He apologizes because he understands that they will lose a lot of money. Suddenly, Noam stops him and asks him to wait. She declares that she will do these potions. Senjui does not hide surprise. He gets angry with who she is and what he talks about. She calmly answers, "Who has the skills of the alchemy?" He cannot believe his ears and be surprised. The girl assures that she knows how to create the right one and suggests relying on her. It takes the necessary ingredients to the hands, and it remains to stand, stunned by what they saw. Senjui with annoyance exclaims the landscape, why she had not told him before that there was such a person in the guild. The land site calmly replies that it can count on it. She says she seems to have decided to use her skill. Probably, this was influenced by RJ. A week has passed. Gnome announces that her work is completed. She prepared as many as 300 bottles of potion. 3 friends do not believe their own ears, and are surprised to ask if she really did so much. The next day, Senjui turns to Noam, persistently asking her to join the artisans. River thinks that's how everything happened. The guard notes that this place is not suitable for her. He assures that an alchemist is a very honorable profession, especially if you have this art perfectly. He promises her better conditions, incredible wealth, and offers to join them. Noam confidently states that he refuses, but he does not quench and continues to ask. She smiles and says she is ready to execute any assignment. River notes that the girl became more confident in herself. If this trip really helped her change, then everything was not in vain. Sindri says he is not going to give up, and he also has another request. He noted that it was not a secret that the number of diet created by it was much exceeding the order of the royal palace. For such excellent work, she certainly deserves praise. After a while, in the royal palace of the Sentition, right in front of the throne hall, Rosa and Noam stood together and waited for audience. They knew that the king was already waiting for them. King Centikilian, Leonard Friedrich Elrich Sol VIII, met them with good words. He praised them for their wonderful work, noting that their potion would be saved by the country. River with Noam sincerely thanked the king. The king says he understands how difficult this task was. He did not even believe that someone was able to fulfill it at all. Young adventure seekers have done a real feat, so he wants to reward them with a worthy reward. Noah is justified that he just did everything he could. Ryoi thinks with dissatisfaction. If he understood all this and still instructed this task, are there any circumstances that make such quests? The king extends the sign of the green spirit and invites her to accept it first. He then appeals to her to become a full-payment royal alchemitor. He notes that she will not be able to take orders from other kingdoms, but here she will pay as much as she wants, and will give everything she wants. Noam exclaims that he listens to her, and the guy stops immediately. At this point, the servant breaks into the conversation and screams indignantly that it is simply incredible boldness. She wants him to understand that these wires need truly rare ingredients, and she wants the one who gathers their own and receives the reward. She shouts that it is Mr. Ryoyoi to be guilty of everything. The king asks whether it is true, and she smiles, claiming that it is the most sincere truth. Then the king is interested. He is not involved in it? Is he a master too? Reve thinks that she simply did not want to go without him, and he feels her defender and tells the king. He is asked what he means, and then he opens the whole truth to the king. The king again repeats that he learned. This guy saved the girl from the merchant and collected all the necessary materials on his own. The ruler then specifies his name. After looking at the guest, he notes that he probably is an extremely talented person and is interested in what special skill he has. River notices that the color of his eyes has changed and says he has no special skills. He asks whether he is deceiving the king at times, to which he answers with the impermeable face what the truth says. The king declares loudly what believes. There are people in the world who hide their abilities so that you do not suffer. But now they are the king, and he must use all the human resources of the kingdom. Hing your talents from the king is a great sin. Ryoya calmly asks whether to show a guild card, but the man insists and demands to present it. The king looked at the card and did not believe his eyes. He first met a person who has no abilities. Royal Minister Hussein Kamial turns to the king and expresses suspicion. He believes that he is lying. According to the minister, it would be impossible to achieve such without special skills, so he is convinced that there is an attempt to gain confidence. He proposes to focus only on a girl who has alchemical abilities. Since there is no skill in the swarm, he says, in vain. No one says that he will go together with the expulsion of Mr. Rui. The minister and the king are fading away from surprise. The minister smiles and assures that all this is done for her. In his opinion, such a special girl does not look like standing next to the foolish people who are worthless. For him, such personalities are just needless. Noam hung up her tongue and stated with a smile that Mr. Rui was her rescuer, and she was not interested in listening to no bad word about him. The minister exclaimed, "What a boldness!" The ambassador appears and says no, that he said well. She orders the minister and the king to pursue praise for his master, otherwise they will have to pay for it. At first, she was thinking of erasing the whole kingdom from the earth. However, it may only be limited to this yard. The minister is screaming with wild horror, asking who this pale woman is, from which the king also retreats. Ambinian turns to Rui for permission, but he refuses a panic. The minister orders the ghost to seize, and the guards are instantly rushing in their direction. The forward is boldly forward and addresses everyone. "Stop! We do not strive for battle." But the imbis only scornfully. They are a small fish for her, and even hundreds of thousands of such will not be able to resist it. The king is wondering if he has a servant. In response, he tells that he met her. In the end, she confesses that she fell in love with him. Ambinin tells them that she is the owner of all evil spirits that exist on earth, and now they should turn to her as a lord. She serves his majesty, namely, rivers. They are surprised to ask if he actually managed to conquer this walking catastrophe, and he in response is unusually calmly said that everything came out. The king, hearing this, notes that if it is true, then his merit is even more important. But the minister interrupts the conversation and urges not to be deceived. He states that this ghost woman just tries to deceive him, and that she has conceived something with the rudder, although they really have no abilities. So, let him decide better if he can win such a monster. Ambignian asked the minister directly if his head was empty and whether he or she is not bald. Noam and Rosa were already fading from her courage to say that in her face. Ambinin says that unlike others, she is able to see the power of his majesty. He was trained in a large dragon and reached more than 8 million. As soon as the king hears the aforementioned level, he opens his mouth. The minister with a brazen smile says that now everything is getting obvious. It is just a huge number that only a child could invent. Ambinin approaches him and says that he is simply pathetic, because he thinks only within the framework of human knowledge. She slams his palm on the bald head, and reminds that he has received the strength from the great dragon, whose level reached as many as 10 million. Then Ambinian flies up and says that it is good that it opens the eyes of these foolish people. Noam tells her that she is a young age, and Ambinian asks her more joy to be praised again. The king orders to call Leslets. The minister is surprised, but the king explains that if this person is really so strong, he is even more likely to find out about it. He wants to see his strength with his own eyes. He talks about Leslets, a noble young man from an influential family who dreams of serving his country sincerely and should become a general soon. He asks whether he is against him in the duel, and Leslets is confidently accepting this call. In the night silence, Lesledza comes out in armor and asks his opponent with surprise whether he is really an adventurer. This question seems strange to him and inappropriate at this point. Ring mentally addresses its skills and understands that it can view the characteristics of the opponent. This night, a girl of 21 years is in front of him. It has 31st level and has the ability to strike with Holy Element. Her strength increases by 20% with each subordinate, which is under her guidance. Revia believes that being 31 levels and 20 years old is quite good. But here, he emphasizes another fact. She is a woman. The knight says he is not sure whether he knows about it, but she does not use her skill in battle because it is too dangerous. Ryu says that increasing strength is 20% for each subordinate is a really impressive ability. She asks whether he really has the ability to evaluate skills. However, he calmly denies, they say. He has no such skill at all. The knight states that all this is nonsense, but it is clear for her. He is not as simple as it seems. She agrees with him. Her strength really increases with the number of subordinates. Now, under her leadership, about 100 people, and their presence is taken into account, even if they are not in battle with it. She concludes. In other words, her attack has now increased 20 times. Ryu is amazed at this and confesses that he is amazed. The Knight of the Night shook and stated that he could kill him with one powerful blow, and it would not even be difficult for him. Now he has to understand that using such an opponent for ordinary sparring is a solid nonsense. River says that everything is fine and allows you to take advantage of it, because the king himself wants to see his true power. If she does not lay all the power, then the king will remain disappointed. The knight confesses that he seems to be intentionally insulting it. She answered calmly, which will do the way he wants, but reminds, Let her try not to die. However, Ryu stops a giant weapon with one bare hand. Other knights exclaim in surprise. It is impossible, because this blow is easily cut off even steel. Some of them add that there are no noticeable skills in the RU, so how he can do it without powerful protection? In the meantime, girls watch everything with smiles, crowded with admiration and pride. The knight began to shudder nervously, not understanding how it could happen. Ruya calmly replied that he just shifted the weight of his body, and nothing more. After a stroke with a sword, the knight flies back and shouts with a cry that it was impossible, because he could answer the counterattack in a moment. He asks if a woman can hit. The knight is surprised and wondered if she is a woman at all. Raoi also does not understand what is happening and asks, "Is she not a woman?" Suddenly the king stops the battle, shouting loudly that this is enough. He states that he has already proven his power and recognizes the truth of the opponent's words. And Binyan is not tired of proving that it is certainly true, because the Lord is the strongest. Then the king raises his voice and says that that is why he made one important decision. The minister wants to deny, but the king with a gesture stops him. He returns to the swing and asks if he will be able to create a miracle again. He asks him to go to the northeast with Leslets and join the war. He even bows his head. Their enemies are demons, and he appeals to the hero to save their kingdom, because it is the hero who is obliged to stand up for the people in the face of the threat. There are more than 72 types of demons in the world. They are divided by force, from ordinary warriors to powerful kings of demons. The maximum level of the demon's strength can reach 999. The ordinary demons of the class of a soldier or knight can still win, but senior stars are already unattainable for people. The demon with swampskin proclaims that it cannot wait anymore, and it is time to enjoy the cries of people again. The endless hordes of demons threaten humanity, and only when united can people repel them. Rio I. Decide to challenge the demon and prepare for a decisive battle. All you have to do is squeeze your fist firmly. No special skills, and yet this power is not inferior to a real skill. A few hours later, somewhere in the northeast of Sentakville, new events began to unfold. On the forefront, the knight notices the victims and, not believing his own eyes, exclaims that this cannot be. There was a real massacre, terrifying and cruel. It was said that 6,000 people stood on the front, and 1,000 more defended the last line of protection, but it seems that things were not as good as they would like. The knight is approaching the general and asks if it is indeed, because the potion has long been arrived, isn't it? The senior commander replies that the potion has already been delivered. However, next to him is the assistant of the senior commander. He ends his opinion, adding that everything is already exhausted. The knight is struck by these words. The senior commander says that the demons suddenly attacked with incredible rage, and their attack was much stronger than usual. The troops lacked, so I had to use all the elixirs. He apologizes for that. The river is aware that they are still in a miserable state. The night is shutting, and a real massacre is shaking around. It does not stand and shouts, begging all this. She states that she will cut off this demon hand. Ambignian asks in surprise whether she knows that he can easily grow her again. Did she not have any idea? Then no one runs to them with shouts and does not drive. She just begins to help the wounded. Noam is ordered to collect Ambinian. Ambinian nods and says that she has understood. Then Noam adds that he will prepare the potion first. She says she has received many different materials and tools from the king, so she is now going to cook even more potions. The senior commander is stunned by her words. She confidently states that she is able to cope because she is a master of alchemy. All knights and warriors look at her with surprise and admiration at the same time. Noam asks if everyone was heard and orders her first to give the potion to those who are wounded the most. She thanks her, saying that she saved them. Instead of despair, they had hope. There are calls everywhere to rescue those who are seriously injured, because even deadly cripples can still be saved. In the eyes of the wounded again, light. Ambinin noted that Noam was a bold girl, because she dared to use this place to store things. It reminded her of one familiar person. River also added that Lundit said the same. Rua stops and thinks. He also wants to be useful. Returning to Abinion, he asks, she knows how to extract energy, and is it possible to do the opposite? The wounded look around and surprise a strange fog that envelops everything around. They feel a new energy. The doctor exclaims that the condition of the wounded is improving, and everyone is delighted. Does this fog really have a healing power? Abinion releases his vitality to recover them. Ruya, lying in her arms, is wondered if you really need to carry it in your hands. She calmly replies that there is simply no other choice. The first task is to cure everyone and thus minimize the number of casualties. An hour later, they expressed their sincere gratitude, because without their help, thousands of people would have been killed. The knight bows low before them and notes that it is a real feat. She assured that the rumor of this heroic act would definitely come to the monarch himself. She removes her helmet, and all the knights solidify with surprise. They are distrustful to ask if she really considers herself worthy of it. Abinion confesses that she had previously held a helmet on her head because she considered herself ugly, but now let everyone look at that beauty. The knight addresses everyone and reminds that they saved many soldiers. She says it would be impolite to them without removing the helmet, because so you should show true respect. So she decides to show her face. The knight asks the soldiers about the actions of the demons, and she replies that they retreat as if they were playing with them, but they will be attacked again. Knights notes whether the demons laugh from them. She also reports to the general that the king's order has already been committed. They unfold the paper and cannot be surprised. The knight announces that she was finally entrusted with a full command. From now on, she will become the commander-in-chief. He returns to Ruya and confesses that he still remembers what he is capable of. He thinks about himself. Since her skill is called Seisei Hitokuzane, her strength increases by 20% with each new subordinate. Moreover, this ability has no capacity restrictions. The knight assures that all 7,000 soldiers will become its force. This is their main trump card in this war. But the senior commander calls for not to rush, because everything is not easy. He doubts whether her body will withstand such a load. He claims that if you collect 7,000 soldiers, their power will grow. But suddenly, it is silent. At this point, his son throws his opinion. The force will increase by 1,400 times. He agrees, and notes that the use of abilities can have consequences. At the time of application, her body may simply not withstand the load. She confidently replies that he is ready for it. He is a knight, and the knights devote themselves to the protection of the kingdom. If there is a chance to destroy the threat that has hanged over the native land, it is not a pity and life for the sake of this case. The last solution still remains behind her. She has the right to use this only in a truly dangerous situation. In addition, so many people were saved by Rijai and Noam. She confidently states that they will not allow them to die here. Ravaya thinks that that is why she is ready to risk herself. The knight reminds that when the battle begins, you need to find a safe place in order not to get under its attack. They will have only one attempt, and everyone feels fear. The senior commander, without holding back tears, says what iron is her determination. Other soldiers, too, cannot keep emotions, and with tears say that she is ready to go for it, for the sake of them and the kingdom. Ryoya raises his hand, asking for forgiveness. He says that of course he has nothing against her plan, but he will not participate. The knight adds that the hero has already saved so many lives, and that is enough. Then Ryo says he will go there, but others do not understand what he has in mind, and do not dare to ask. The river stands behind the knight, and she asks if he is sure of herself, whether she really thinks that it will work. River replies that thanks to this plan, she will be able to apply her skills, and he will take the whole blow. She smiles and says what it means. He is really certain. The senior commander approaches and asks what is happening here, because everything looks suspicious. One of the soldiers replies that it is Mr. Ryoy. Apparently the matter is serious. Another soldier agrees with him. The knight asks again, is he sure that he can withstand all this, and suddenly his body will not withstand such a load? Ryoya replies that, in his opinion, it would be a good idea to give life for the sake of saving a beautiful girl. She angrily and dissatisfied as she must mean all this. He advises not to pay attention, but she assures that she has already understood everything, so he really does not pay attention to him. Ryo says he just wanted to support her. And it is not only one thing. This sword gathered the determination of 7,000 of its soldiers. They entrusted their lives of her skills, because only in this way she will be able to become stronger. In this battle, they do not expect losses. Her skill will give them a victory. Rhea argues that it must be a major role. She remembers how the king himself asked for it. In memory, a moment when the king personally handed her an envelope and asked not to tell him a single word. It turned out that he wrote everything from her. The knight loses attention for a moment and is interested in where the king is. and Ruya replies that they are already approaching, because the earth under their feet trembles from their steps. Suddenly, a huge army of demons arises. This crowd stuns everyone with its numbers. Abinion, who observes from a height, announces that they are about 30,000. The main demon laughs loudly, saying that while they die one by one, he gathered a huge army. He exclaims that he will now show them how they will tremble in the last moments, and again roaring without stopping. The words sound at night. These are the demons. Ryoya, dissatisfied with her wrinkled, asks why he has such an annoying voice, and then screams again at them, calling pathetic insects. Bunyan calls the main demon, who immediately represents and tells that his title is a window among demons. Abidion is upset that it is just a window. Revi notes that for people it is a truly formidable opponent, as is the demonic spirit. Ryu only shrugs his shoulders, they say. Especially this does not care. He reports Leslitz that the targets have changed, now attack the leader. She asks if he is sure of it. Abinion notes that this is a wise decision. At first they will kill him. Others will run away immediately. It will be taken out of the mountain, and everything will end there. Abinion is just sighing. What an insidious spirit. Although more like a common ghost, the knight begins to hesitate, and her sword gradually glows in the dark. She warns that they will only have one attempt, but if Rhea confidently says that she will withstand everything. He says that it is already near, and the knight seems to have a breath of excitement. Ruis orders, and the knight responds with loud exclamations, "Let it be the way it should happen." They suddenly attack the army, and suddenly a huge explosion rises. Everything around blinds bright light. The demons were stunned by what they saw, because they did not expect it at all. The soldiers look at each other, not believing their eyes. Just a powerful explosive came. They whisper, "That's what was worth waiting for a lady who everyone knows as a glorious Lessa." The knight herself is suffocated by a cough, lies on the ground with pain. Raya asks her if she is alive. She replies that she gave so much strength to the whole body, but they managed to hit the enemy's main forces. Now she hurts the whole body, and she will no longer stand a new attempt. There is no strength. Riessa assures that it is normal, because the knight opens its eyes. The Ryu is in a hurry to Gnome, calls it by its name, and passes the same tincture, ordering to drink everything to the last drop. Noam is forced to drink so quickly that he even begins to choose. The knight is raised and surprised to notice that her wounds are completely healed. Noam gets a small box and smiles, saying that he has many more. The river grabs her hand and tells you to prepare for the second blow. She is surprised. She stops in a panic and orders it to stand in place and wait, adding, "Even if all the broken bones grows and the wounds heal, every time it is very painful to use this skill." Ruya strictly orders her to prepare for the second blow, but she notices that he did not notice it at all. She gets up, takes her hands and strikes. Immediately after that he falls to the ground and screams again. The potion pours her to her mouth again, and she swallows it quickly. River notes that it is wonderful, and asks for permission to strike a third. It attacks again, but soon falls to the ground. She is given a potion, she drinks it, rises, goes on the offensive again, drinks the potion again, and so once after, without stopping. Ambidion says that he can destroy those 30,000 demons in one go, so why worry at all? Rayleigh asks again, "Why is it all?" He replies that it was the battle of people, not her. The army of the kingdom had to gather and repel a demonic threat, but it was because of her skill that it became possible. At this point, someone raises his hand. The river was already beginning to say that everything was completed here, but suddenly the demon rose up, angry, asking that it was a strange skill. River calmly replied that the surviving could escape. The demon calls them worthless people because their abilities annoy him to the depths of his soul. Rhea asks if he is not going to run away, but the demon, laughing, says that he has a good mood and calls him a pest. He jumps and exclaims that he can still have fun because there is nothing more interesting for him than to kill people. He landed next to the river and declares that he will become his opponent. In response, the river smiles and promises to entertain the opponent well. The demon, measuring everything on its scale, laughs and calls Ryu stupid. This is exactly what everyone was waiting for. He laughing states that Ryu's death will be pathetic. The demon wins, turns to him with a mockery. Does he really consider himself a lighter opponent than 30,000 demons? Viscount is evil that this pathetic fool does not even understand how worthless it is. He confesses that he feels true when he deprived them of their lives, because these lower creatures are doomed to die in the terrible torment of hell. River learns about its peculiarities, and at the same time reveals the true power of demons with the title. However, not only the level of Benyon is striking, it also has many unique skills. For an ordinary person, it is an extremely complex and dangerous opponent. Banyan did not stop repeating that if he wants, he would be able to destroy them on his own without leaving the trace. He really believes that these demons were so important? Now they are definitely the end. He does not even suspect that he and his comrades will soon become toys in his hands. Ryuya interrupts him, noting that he is too talkative. Banan raises his hands, preparing for the attack, and says that he will be in his own way. Then he will be the first to die. Without spending time, Banan launches an attack, releasing a caustic acid fog. Soldiers scream that this creature is too dangerous, so you need to retreat. And Benjis exclaims that here she is the real power of demons, because they have many different abilities. He constantly exclaims that the difference in power between people and demons is just huge. Are they not going to surrender? He does not stop calling them pathetic. At this time, the river moves through a thick fog and notes that nothing is visible around. He understands that if the fog does not dissipate, soldiers can suffer, and then he will have to act himself. He calls Bunyan and assures that everything will be the way he wants. Suddenly there is a powerful explosion, and the demon in full shock. He shouted, "What is the white fog? Did someone stop his acid fog? This cannot be, because its power is so powerful." Here, Ambignian interrupts him, and asks whether he believes that his power is more powerful than the devil's spirit, adding that he is doubting much. She looks at Bunyan and calls him a demon. Bunyan trembles with fear, not understanding where this devil's rage came from. He quickly gives out. The abilities of the devilish spirit exceeds even the strongest demons, and considers it complete nonsense. How can it appear here at all? Why is it united with people? Repeats again. This is the absurd. Ambience annoyingly notes. How many words? And do you really think she will deny something? She smiles and says she always obeys the stronger. That's all. Isn't it surprising? Banyan is stunned and cannot believe heard. He asks again whether the devil's spirit can obey a person who is stronger than her, as if he did not believe in such. The ambient replies that very soon he will see everything with his own eyes. Finally, the fog emerges, coughing and wiping tears from smoke. With relief, he confesses that he barely got out and got lost in that murmur. He confessed to Amnion that he was a little surprised when he began to see everything with her eyes. She, in response to sarcastically noted that he probably wants her to make sure that all the soldiers were all right. Amnion assured she had already taken care of everything. Then she wondered what happened to his face. Ryoi gently strokes her on her head and thanks for fulfilling his request. The girl smiles and confesses that it is an incredibly pleasant feeling. Bunyan, in despair, exclaims that this is not possible. Acid rain in this place is 500 times stronger than ordinary acid. Surviving under such a storm, and even left unharmed, is simply unrealistic. How did it happen? Ryoya explains that it simply has very high endurance and protection. The demon is only surprised and does not understand what he is talking about. He asks him who he really is, whether he is a little person. In response, he hears that he is no different from an ordinary person. Then he asks, does he understand what he really doesn't like to kill? But the demon is disrespectful to people and sees nothing wrong with murder. So Bunyan asks, and what of that? Revia instantly found himself right in front of the demon's face and said coldly that he would have to kill him. Rudge causes him a powerful blow and he flies back. Half of his head is burned. Bunyan begins to angry, stuttering, shouting that he will kill him because he has an incredible ability to recover. Raya continues to strike, thinking what he can do with this man. The demon in these moments thinks that it cannot be, and if it goes on it will still have time to recover. Unlike that person, he thinks whether he will disappear forever as a common person. It has passed for a while, and Ruya say that this work is really great. In response, he thanks Ambien, confessing that he has achieved it thanks to her. The soldiers come out and notice that the sky has cleared again. This immediately suggests Lady and Russia, and for sure, they see them. Ruya goes, holding the knight in his arms, and announces that winning them. The military rejoice in the lady's return, thank the fate that everything has done. Finally, it is a victory, and someone orders to open the gate. In the silence of the night, Ryu heard him turn to him. She asked her to stand up, because she should not support her so much. It is a little embarrassed by the girl. River tells her not to overstretch, and Bainan replies that if he wore her in her arms, she would only be happy. Nokim also agrees, adding that she would be in the seventh heaven from joy. Ryoha invites everyone to listen to Abinion. She immediately admits that she would not really mind. But he reacts strictly, saying that he says quite seriously. A few hours later, in the kingdom of the Centiclean, on the triumphal street, the whole city was rushing with joy. People shouted and celebrated the return of heroes. Ravia asks if it is not a bust, and the knight just smiles and says it's nonsense. They so easily defeated the army of demons, so of course they can rejoice. People are happy to exclaim, "Let the kingdom live. Let the king live." Everyone is celebrating, because it is a real great victory. The king welcomes them on a return and says he has already received a report. His cheeks flashed red, they just burn with excitement. He Delight says that he wants to hear all the details from those who participated in the battle, and therefore asks them to start sharing their stories. None of the audience thinks about what lucky he is. The knight says that after the first attack of the demon, she barely kept on her feet. However, when they arrived, they were able to replenish the potions and cured all the soldiers in the army. He himself was amazed at what happened. She continues the story. The next test was the demon drill, which led to 30,000 demons. But even without the help of M and Reyus, they managed to destroy all enemies without losing a single fighter. The king's eyes flash even brighter. He is still delighted. The king wondered why his skill could harm her. She only nodded back, confirming that it really was. She tells him that she survived thanks to Noam and River. And at this point Noam notes, "What a look he has now." The knight says that first of all, the main merit in the victory over the demons belongs to the river. She would like him to get the highest award. The knight looks closely at Ryu, and he calmly meets his gaze. The king with hope in his voice suggests that perhaps God himself sent them Ryu at this difficult time. Ryo is strongly replies, "No." He notes that this victory was only possible because of all his subjects. Suddenly, the king himself confesses that he barely holds her tears from excitement. Then he jokingly asks, "Why not all of these people aristocrats?" Then the minister goes out and suspicious whether he is really sure of his decision, because it has never happened that the common people would become aristocrats, and even more so that it concerned the Rai, which does not even have any talent. The king is dissatisfied with his tongue, and ominously says he is deadly tired of his objections. Seeing the anger of the king, the Rai with the number strain and fade in indecision. The minister stated that for such ordinary people his gratitude will be more than enough. And to be honest, it is even too much for them. The king looks at him with a threat and notes that these words are truly loud. He loudly orders everyone to listen carefully. The main task of the king is to rule the kingdom and to take care of the subjects, and this time it was the river to save everyone. Thus, he fulfilled the royal duty. The rank of aristocrat is just the smallest reward that awaits him in the future. The minister is trembling with fear. The king explains Ryo that the question of the name of the house will be solved a little later. First, it is necessary to find out if he will agree to become an aristocrat. Ryoya begins to answer something awkwardly, but the king interrupts and confesses that he likes him as a man and what he wants him to serve him. The king has already glanced to him, and the river cannot understand what these views mean. How can he refuse when even the knight looks at him? The minister screams them to slow down. The king, annoyed and sleepy, asks what happened this time. Raya thinks about himself how noisy he is. The minister reports that he has just learned about the arrival of an important guest, so he must first pay tribute to this person and then make a decision. The minister replies to the question of whom the hero has arrived. Ryoya does not understand what hero is talking about, and the knight also seems surprised that he also does not know. The girl explains, "The hero is the one who is chosen by the church. The church defines the abilities of people and takes to its ranks the strongest. It is a true elite, the best warriors and heroes who serve the church and fulfill its will. The river decided what that means. They are only the pawns of the church. Lundit has already mentioned them earlier." Looking at the knight, he noticed that the hatred of them was reflected on her face. But why did it happen? Suddenly, a man appears and states loudly that there is a desperate and brave Teresa to save the kingdom. The minister begins to clap, and everyone else is dying in a real shock. The king asks him what he needs to save him, but he just laughs in response and says, his kingdom does not suffer from constant attacks of demons. With a smug smile, he explains that he came for that. Now everyone can be calm, because such a strong hero as he is, sure to stop the invasion of demons. Without hesitation, he proposes to arrange a holiday in honor of his appearance. Ru looked at him and muttered that he was too noisy, constantly waving his hands. He tried to remember how his name is. He remembered that his name is Liber, and he belonged to those who once received a powerful skill and then gave up on him. Is it really the same Liber? Liber does not persecute. Again and again he exclaims that his strength is in order in this chaos. Finally, everyone will see what he is capable of and will be convinced of his greatness. He has no doubt overcomes any difficulties. Meanwhile, the king only watches all this and sighs. He cannot even insert words. Libre states that the victory of Ballad will make ballads, and as a reward, he will receive a beautiful princess. Let's give the West an opportunity to find out about him closer. Rhea picks up his number, but hears a rude tone in response. He asks who she is, and why she decided that he could turn to him. Ryoa calls her name, but immediately confesses that she does not understand anything. But suddenly he remembers something and asks, "Is he really Ryoa? What will this unexpected meeting be?" The king asks Russ if he is familiar with the hero, and he replies that they once were friends. Liber is surprised to ask what he says, because he does not understand anything at all. He says that a real hero, like him, could hardly have a friend without ability. It's a little annoying, but he really knows his friend well. He asks why he is here. Is a person like Raya not a place in the landfill? Ryu recalls the view of neglect in the eyes of Libra. He agrees. Yes, he really needs to go. In his head again and again the contemptuous look addressed to him. Liber appeals to the king, hinting that it may be time to go to truly important issues. The king asks in surprise what exactly is about. Initially, Liber hesitates and asks them to stop pretending, because the army of demons was already shifting their kingdom, and the church sent him a brave Liber. The king nods, confirming that it is priests and heroes with the strongest abilities that should resist demons, and if necessary, they can seek help. Liber agrees with these words. The king said that he had repeatedly sought help since the demons appeared, but the church stubbornly ignores his request. Ryoi asks the knight whether it is true, and she nods, confirming his words. The sacred magic of the church is very powerful against demons. Only priests can be withstanding it. The knight is silent about the abilities of the heroes, obviously, hiding something important. The church has taken control of all ways to combat the demons, so every time the kingdoms have completed work, have had to send her a fee. Thus, the church literally pumps money from all over the world. The king, with indignation, notes that this place is nothing but a shop for greedy fraudsters. Liber asks to wait, because he is here, and the church supports many kingdoms, so he cannot immediately fulfill his request. In response, the king knocks on the table and says that it means that they also have their priorities. The king emphasizes that even a short delay can cost someone. His state passes huge amounts of gold every year. It seems that next time he thinks well 3 times before making another sacrifice. Libra notes that not only he makes donations, and although he did not want to lose these contributions, he asks to think about this issue. He raises his head and solemnly states that he is a hero Liber, and can become a man princess less slides. Ryu turned and told the knight that he had just called him a princess. Noam jokingly added that suddenly the room was very cold. The king asks whether he really asks him to give him a princess to protect the kingdom. Liber believes that the support of the church will be useful to him, and the protection of the kingdom is a sacred duty for the king. The king with interest notes that these words seem interesting to him, and asks if it is a threat. In response, Liber smiles cunningly. Ru watches all this and thinks that the situation is just terrible. He is encouraged to intervene, but then changed his mind, deciding that it is too early to do something. Libra explodes crazy laughter and proclaims loudly that he is waiting for the answer. In a powerful tone, he demands to give him a princess. Only then, he said, in the kingdom he finally prevails. Or maybe even more, he adds with a cunning glitter in his eyes. The king rages, shouts that he never be, and he threw any object in him. He is cleverly evading, and the king finds his speech loudly. Paradise will definitely come. The king stated that it was better to get into the hands of demons than to deal with such as he. Smiling ominously, he firmly refused. Liber is indignant. What is this nonsense? Let it be over. And the king seriously answers. It is not a joke at all. Did he not notice what all the moods are now? He explains to them that the demons have already been defeated. The kingdom is rescued, so it is no longer needed. Liber asks, was it not a ceremonial meeting in his honor? After all, he even waved his hand. The king bitterly points out what he is stupid and how much his ego was swollen. He strictly orders him to get away and states that he no longer intends to talk to a person like him. He orders Liber to inform the church. His kingdom is now separated, and they will no longer receive a single penny from him. Rigius confesses that he is overwhelmed by anger, and even the knight as if he's separating his feelings. Liber appeals to the king to wait, adding that he cannot believe it. He may be just traded. So Liber proposes to start negotiations. The king calmly replies that he is indifferent, which he does not believe. Libra, as a matter of excitement, asks who then really dealt with the demons, and persistently asks to say the name of this person. The minister appeals to Liber, asking him to calm down, but says it is difficult to believe. But the demons have won the ordinary man without any special skills, and he points to Ru. Liber repeats his name with surprise. He grabs him by his shoulders, shudders nervously, and demands the truth. He assures that hiding the truth is a lie, but in response, he calmly denies, "There is nothing like this." Libor shouts in despair that he is worthless, without any talent, just an exile. He blames himself because he had to cope with the demons. At that moment, Noam goes forward and beats Liber so much that he flies away from surprise. Ryu looks at the confident expression of Noam's face. No one dares to order the Liber to silence, and she firmly states that he will not allow such a coward as he to offend Mr. Ray. She tells that almost everyone in attendance saw his own eyes how he defeated the demons. And the Knight Commander Z proudly confirms her words, assuring that she is roaring for this honor of the Knight Warrior. Noam recognizes that he was a true coward, because he allowed himself to humiliate the one who fought while he was hiding and staying. So he decides to leave here. Libre calls No a pig, a pathetic girl and uneducated, and then begins to shout that he will kill her for the image of the hero, because for such words, the death penalty comes. Ambient came out and stated that only Liber behaved uneducated. In the air began to thicken the fog. He is frightened that it was a fog. And Binion looks at Noam with a smile and says she said well and that she is really a good girl. Liber raises his head and is interested in where this ghost came from. Ambinin only laughs in response, calling him a true clown. She says he is funny, but it's time to go. The fog wraps the boy in twists, lifting up. He shouts up. Regia noted that he could handle himself, but Binion answered, "Why waste his strength on such a trifle?" The king calls the minister, who is immediately alert. He is frightened by the expectation of the monarch, because it is usually the negotiations with the clergy, and now the festive mood is spoiled. The king is suspicious that the minister may have offered a bribe, and now you need to check it. The minister is subjected to obedience, assuring that there was nothing like this. The king replies that he is still thinking about the next purpose, and therefore advises him to wait and prepare. He proposes to go down because he wants to talk to Ruja. Ruja asks if he knows who was Amanian and why they are here, because the king wanted to talk to him. He replies that they are always next to them. The Ambinian adds that they are part of him, and here the knight appears and begins to apologize. She hid behind the backs of others when the hero responded badly about him. The river only waves her hand and tells her not to worry, they say, forget about it. Revia says she was the true goal of Liber. She does not believe that the king wanted to intervene, so Revia immediately asks the king whether that is really the case. The king confirmed the words of the hero. Lesledzi is really a princess, his fourth daughter. Raya admitted that she was very scared. The king emphasizes that the continuation of the royal kind is a matter of extraordinary weight, but at this time in the background the knight asks Ambinian what exactly is her fear and what she means. Ambinian in response is confusedly admitted. She does not understand whether she has any thoughts about it at all. The king says Lesledz is special because she was born of a woman he loved with all her heart. Ryuj thinks that if it is not a political union, but true love, then everything becomes much more serious. The king with bitter irony notes that the mother of Barefoot was of low origin, so she has no influential supporters. Because of this, it is impossible to claim the inheritance of the throne. Raya asks whether he really decided to spend the night with her, and in response he hears that it is pure. The king tried to protect her from the worries and troubles of the royal family, because above all, he wanted his daughter to be happy. At least he wanted it as a father. The king says that the church came from where the church came from here, and they learned that she was probably a princess. The church wants to intervene in their policy through a wedding with her. Judging by the character of this hero, he is unlikely to give up so simple, Rijai asks, because they could not agree in any way. He sought to overcome the demons on his own. The king replied that of course, he was not allowed to use Lizlitz as a political tool. Therefore, He wants to make Ryu an aristocrat himself want to take it from the allies. The king asks him to think well. It has passed for a while, and Ryo-jo was walking with Nam, telling him that he was given the opportunity to think. But now he hesitates. What to do next? Suddenly someone calls him by name. This is a Lieber who reports that there is an important conversation. Riley asks if he really returned. Lieber says he will discuss everything alone, but knows immediately, suspecting that he thought of something wrong. The destruction only smiles, noticing how Noam stood in his defense. Ryoa lifts his eyes and asks Ambignan to follow Noam, who constantly repeats that everything was suspicious. Ambignan only smiles in response and assures that you can rely on her. In the kingdom, Sensilien, behind the western tower, does not get tired of mentioning the expensive Libre how he lacks a peaceful and measured life. But then he resists these thoughts and strongly states he does not want to mention that pathetic past. He smiles with the approach and says he was lucky, because during the ceremony he mastered one very useful skill. Liber, with a smile full of smug, looks at him and notes that he looks like an abandoned dog. Rui does not pay attention to his words, and immediately asks how the Kragents and Zeta there. On this, he only shrugs. He does not know, because he was immediately sent for training for heroes, where they are now preparing for battle with demons. If a person is weak, it is quickly removed, but Liber was able to go through such a hard selection. He tells himself, this is cool. So an ordinary person can become a hero. Liber is convinced that he can do everything, and thanks for his special ability. The ability to succeed. He raises his head and asks, isn't it true that the best deserves the best just like him? Suddenly he grabs Ryu by his shoulders and begs to talk to Princess Liza. He has a good relationship with the king, so he counts on help. He does not even imagine what the princess looks like, but he doesn't care. Even if she turns out to be bad, he is ready to put up with it. Ryoya finally realized everything for himself. Here it is. That is why he behaved in front of her. In memory, he asked as he asked. It is his real goal. Ryoya has already met people who were swaying his skills. But Liber was another person. He had never behaved so before. When Liber asks whether he can help, he perceives it as if he had decided to become an assistant to the hero without any skills. And it seems to him just wonderful. The river is questioned why he treats people like things. In response, he explains. He only tries to make sense to his empty soul. Marrying a princess for him is like an additional bonus. And when all the children of the king gets rid of, the case will be completed. He then adds that the little one, which is constantly holding on to him, has the skills of a real Lord Alchemist, so he decides to take it with him. Rio, I are silent without answering it. Libra continues to say that people like she are rare in the church, so the girl will be useful. But since she hid him, she will first have to teach her good manners. He then remembers Ambignan, calling her a ghost. He thinks that she is not particularly useful, but incredibly good. Raya looks at Liber seriously, and even with a threat, asking what he is talking about. He does not calm down, and insists that even such as he can be useful, so let him rejoice from what will receive his help. Rever thinks that in 5 years he has changed so much that he himself is not sure whether the training center is guilty of this. Can a person really change so much? Riria says he became a real scoundrel. Earlier, even in spite of poverty, he remained a decent person. But as soon as a new skill, his mind seemed to be clouded. How could it happen? Liber looks confusedly, and does not understand what he is saying. He stutters and adds ups to add that he has no abilities. Is he really so short-lived? Liber begins to laugh insanely, saying that he does not understand at all, and that he does not deserve to live. Ruya continues to look carefully at him without hiding his surprise. Libor begins to be angry and breaks on the cry, forbidding it to look at him from above. He threatens him, saying that he will kill him. He misses and flies on, and River thinks that he was aiming at his neck. Apparently he was about to kill him. Liber asks what it was and did not break something. Rudy says that Liber should explain that it was so unexpected for the attack. Libor laughed again and said that he now realized why he was so bold. Riju wondered if this character really understood everything. Liber notes that he apparently has some powerful ability, and Ryoi mentally admits, this time he missed. He continues to chat, say, skills can be obtained without a church ceremony, and it is immediately evident that he has some kind of ability that significantly increases protection, something like the ability to strengthen the body. Ruios denies, but he does not even listen, but instead states that he recognizes Ruios as his opponent. Libre tells that his strongest and most universal ability could make a hero from him. But he is sure that when Ruya learns that he is a skill, he just laughs, considering him a joke. Ryu, meanwhile, thinks that Libre is just saying something. Rias considers his abilities. He can temporarily pick up the skills of the enemy and use them as if it were his own. The person who has selected the skill will not be able to use it while Rias. However, there are some restrictions on this. It is not capable of stealing skills from several people at the same time, and he receives any skill for a certain time. River wondered, do even such vicious abilities get the blessing of the church? Meanwhile, Libra noted that he was wondering what skills he possesses, and stated that he would now show everything. But the River remained indifferent and replied that he had no particular interest, because he already knew everything he needs. Liber still tells that he is able to steal someone else's skills and use them, as if they are their own. Ruya thinks whether he will take his strength. All this seems to him confusing and surprising for him. Liber assures that he would not be strong. Thanks to his skills, he always turns out to be the strongest. He explains Ryu that, having this, he also will not be able to use his abilities, and with his enemies will come true despair. Ryoya notes that such behavior is more like the cunning of theft, rather than the act of a real hero. In response, he shouts angrily that he is silent, because only the one who won. He raises his hand and activates the theft skill, as if trying to reach the soul of Ryu, but the process suddenly stops, and silence prevails around. Liber is pleased that theft is complete. Now this ability only belongs to him. After that, he causes his opponent a strong blow. Rivia easily reflects the blow behind his back, but he rejects it, and he falls to the ground, all in wounds and scratches. He trembles and cannot understand what it was. The only thing that has changed is that it has become stronger, although its ability does not affect the strengthening of the body. Then the River says that it must be convinced. He looks, and suddenly exclaims that he cannot believe. His skill has not worked, it is in standby mode. The River puts his hand on the shoulder of the Liber, reminding him that it is impossible to just appear from nowhere. He goes closer and adds that he understands it perfectly. Ryoi raises it without effort and throws it directly into the wall. He looks at, not understanding what kind of power he sees. He suddenly realizes that the River is already standing with him. He didn't even notice when it happened. Can a River boast not only a strong physique and force, but also incredible speed? Rui beats the wall with his fist on the wall, and flies, leaving a hefty hole. Teresa screams with horror and shake off fear. He constantly states that it is impossible. His skills are too much enhanced by physical abilities. To which the River is calm, that he has no skill at all. He exclaims again that he now understood everything. Ria is asking if they really understood everything. Libor says that he has heard such cases. Some of the best skills have the ability to neutralize the action of other skills. That is why his attempt at theft ended in failure. The destruction again repeats that he has already warned him. But he does not listen. Only laughs and jokes, they say. This time he learned some true skill. He exclaims that it is simply incredible and wonderful, and that he will definitely gain this skill. He asks to use his trump card in the sleeve. However, Ryu still does not understand what kind of trump is discussed. Then he promises that he will explain everything now. Liber began to tell again that he could lose his skill forever if he decides to sacrifice her. This is the highest level of operation that is only allowed to be used once in a lifetime. Ryu recalls that something similar has already been written in the description. Liber announces that he will take his ability forever, and reveals the name of this skill: Complete Deprivation. He is happy, because he will finally be able to gain the most powerful skill he has been waiting for. Was this incredible force just before his eyes? It seems even funny. Smiling, he reaches out his hand again and calls, "Take it!" Activating your strongest ability. He uses this item again, but nothing happens. Once again, he sighs and sighs, regretting that he did not understand his true value earlier. After these thoughts, he says goodbye to him. Ryoya sharply beats him in his stomach, from which he flexes and begins to cough. Ryoi orders him to listen carefully and look at his current parameters. Liber finally realizes that he has no skills at all. He is panic. He exclaims that he does not know anything. Now Ryu decides that winning him. He does not stop wailing, demanding to stop everything. He cries and repeats that it is a dream, a real nightmare. The River wasted irritatedly and struck him in the face. The guy fell on the floor and lost consciousness. The River has exhausted hard, thinking that all this is very strange. Once a good friend suddenly became an enemy. The hero Liber was left without any skill, and later thrown out of the church. Meanwhile, Rhea learns that he has to pay compensation for the destroyed wall. The king assured him that it is not necessary to worry. They themselves power the case. Rija thanked them for their understanding. The king says that this self-confident fool was too sure of his power, but after all, he still lost her. Revaya Thought confesses to himself that he even regrets him a little, though he really deserved it all. At this time, Noah states loudly that Mr. Revia is not guilty of anything, and he is guilty of the hero. He was the first to attach it, made claims, and started a fight, so the real criminal here is he. The king said that Liber was just a fool who did not know his place, and Ambinian laughed out loud after these words. It is clear that Ryu was called here, and he immediately turned to Noah. Why did they stay? Because they had to be at home. They reply that they watched from afar because the girl's heart is arranged, and even as they are, no exception. The rout thinks about which such a maiden heart is talking about. Ambinus explained that after all they saw, they had to translate all the details of this arrogant old man. She could prove to him that they were not guilty. The king noted that it was not necessary to call him arrogant old. Revilli silently asked for her. The king notes that when it comes to self-defense, only loved ones can be insufficient. The church will open it. They should not forget that they have risen in this life, stepping on the heads of others. Ambinin calmly says that there is nothing to worry about. If these bravers dare to challenge the master, he will handle them effortlessly. Meanwhile, the river notes mentally. It is too early to destroy them. Ryoi wants to be quiet, so he is not going to make serious concessions. In addition, he has no doubt that those people will try to blame him. He is already clear that he has attracted their attention. While in the background, the workers restore the wall, which was destroyed by the river. One of them takes bricks and notices that the sun is still high. The other pulls even more bricks to him and offers a snack between the case. The king explains that only the church has the power to resist the demons, and since Rui won one of their heroes, it's seriously shaken their authority, so the troubles will not be avoided. Ruya recognizes that the situation is really alarming. River does not want to interfere in the affairs of others, and does not seek to have a relationship with the church. The king just smiles and assures that his kingdom will do everything possible to support the river. He promised to make every effort to thank him. Then Benona asked if he would really help from the bottom of the heart. He said confidently, "Of course." She asked again if he had any hidden reason, and he calmly replied, "None." And then, in a calm voice, he says that he will not be able to protect himself if he remains a simple traveler. Ruya again asks a question, and Ambin answers him a mysterious smile. The king does not lose the opportunity and repeats his proposal. He again asks Ruya whether he wants to become a noble person in his kingdom. Ring thinks that everything is repeated again. He is convinced that there are hidden intentions here, but at the same time feels that they have so many privileges to his heart. The king tells him that he does not seem to accept his proposal and apologize. The king is difficult to fall into his chair and sighs. What can he do? It will not be forced, but if left as it is, the church will act on its own. Ambinin calmly points out that he has nothing to worry about. If the matter comes to a serious one, their master will simply spare the church from the face of the earth. Ryoja thinks she is again. Rei is confident that she or Aminin has no equal opponents, so she is not worried at all. The feeling of self-preservation has dulled. The king is interested in, what about Lyslitz? He is always worried because he never knows for sure when a new hero appears and tells him something like that. And Beninus raises his hand, informing everyone about a brilliant idea. Her life lasts much longer in a short human age, and this is what gives her a special wisdom that allows you to find unusual solutions. Without hesitation, she has fun jumping straight into the arms of the king. Destruction points out. That's what is modest. Ambinin suddenly suggests that the Destruction will marry a young princess. The Destruction looks at her with great surprise. There is a new task, a wedding. To become a real spouse, you must give a promise to God. Ambinians assures everyone that this is the perfect plan that will solve all their problems, and it is as simple as twice two. And at that moment, Ryoi thinks that in fact, everything is not true. The king thoughtfully says that it can work. River does not understand anything and asks what it is. The king explained that he should make the decision on its own. The purpose of the church is to combine the princess with marriage, and thus let someone new to the royal family. It is possible until she is still married. River believes that this is true. A person can associate his life with only one and only person forever. This rule is followed by the church. Ambignon says that a real gentleman will now appear on stage, who will stand up for and oppose the attacks of the church. This requires the support of the kingdom, because nothing will work without it. And only the one who is supported by the common people will be able to marry the princess. The king thinks thoughtfully. Ryoya, meanwhile, thinks of himself. He is peaceful from nature, and if you can avoid problems, you can do a quiet way. It is better to do it. He then thinks and understands that he does not seek to become an aristocrat, so he makes the final decision. Ambien says aristocrats are not just the king's relatives. She whispers quietly so that he just thinks about it. She says he will have a direct connection with the king. Why not become the son-in-law of the king himself? The king confirmed that this is true. If the destruction marries the princess, he will become his son-in-law and will be able to take advantage of the fullness of royal power. Ryoya notes that he will remain among the aristocrats. The king explains that in this case, the Ryoi will become part of the royal family, and this is quite different than just getting the title of the aristocrat. The king happily announces that Russia will be higher than any aristocrat. Ryua agrees with this idea. A family connection with the monarch really gives her reliable support. The king looks at the Amnion and says she is so insidious and prudent that a real genius is a real ghost girl. Amnion in response denies that she is not a ghost at all and jokingly calls him a fool. And the river only smiles at himself, thinking that the two finally got to understand. Suddenly, he realizes that it is impossible so on, and if everything goes this path, it will just go around. He tells them harshly to stop. They are surprised and asked what happened. He yells at them, pointing his finger to finally cease to decide for him. No matter how successful their plan seems, they still cannot cope without the most important thing. They look at each other in full surprise, not understanding what they demand from them, and he is ashamed in irritation. Do they really not know what is the most important thing? He says that above all, marriage is when two lovers of hearts are united to build a common future together. Mannion is wondering what happened. Does he not like a night girl? He is aware of it, they say. It did not mean. Lesledza is very sweet and attractive. She is dear to him. But suddenly Mannion confidently approaches him and looks carefully in his eyes. He feels excitement and notes that she is too close. River believes that everyone wants to marry her, and to interfere, he himself has to take her as his wife. But such an idea seems to him complete nonsense. River asks the king, did he not say that he wanted to marry who she likes? The king was a little discordant, saying that something really was. The king emphasizes that this marriage is not a political agreement that he can cancel if Ryoya next to her. He eagerly states that her feelings are more important to him. He seriously states that whatever plans they make, there will be no marriage unless she feels sympathy for him. Then he realizes that he already expressed everything he wanted, and now it is not important that he is a king. Marriage is the most important thing. Not status or benefit, but true love for each other. Ambenin appears and assures that this is not a problem. Rui looks at her with surprise, and Ambenin adds that they will now find out and call a night girl. In fact, is it not strange to discuss marriage when you are going to get married, even there is no nearby? In the evening, it happily announces that Ryoya has come too. The king appeals to her to forgive, assuming that after the battle she had many things. She replies that no, because Lord Rijao did a lot in that battle, so she should thank him at least politeness. Amnion asked the swarm to find information about her, and he agreed, although he sighed, because he did not like to look for something without much reason. He saw its characteristics and noticed that the level of her sympathy for him was 5 hearts. Ryoya feels that her level has increased and thinks that she may have gained experience after that battle. Not surprisingly, 30,000 demons were able to defeat only 7,000 soldiers. Only now does he notice a sense of sympathy and thinks, what is it? He has long been wondering how strong this sympathy could be. There is nothing mentioned in the guild card. This may be some special feature of the Ambigan. The demon explains, as it is said, this parameter reflects the level of sympathy. It shows that a person feels. He thought and began to suspect something. Ambien says this is true proof of love. The senses that differ can be seen by the sign of hearts. It is love. River jokingly calls her a real devil. Raya thought when these feelings of love first appeared in her heart. She confessed that it all started on the battlefield. And yet, when he defended her, studying the brazen that he was annoying, this has already been enough to fall in love. The king told her daughter that they had just discussed one important topic. He then turned to her directly and asked if she was ready for marriage. She immediately asks if he really is going to give it to the church, but he assures, no, he will not do it. Then she adds that until she marries, she will not be rest. The king explains that that is why he decided to marry her for a famous person among them. But a panic girl asks him to stop and wait. She sinks his top and tells him not to worry about her. From now on, all their lives will devote nobility and honor. She bows her head and quietly says that her duty is to protect those who are weaker. And the king in response mysteriously adds, before starting her game, perhaps she will understand herself who is talking about. She screamed that anyone was there, But the king had cut her sharply and announced that his bride would become a river. Silence comes. The knight is raised immediately, and with burning eyes and blush on the cheeks asks what happened. The king says that this is always the way, but his words were just angry. She was scared and asked why he was angry. The king explained that the Regia immediately stated to discuss the marriage without the bride herself would not, so she was invited. The river is surprised, as the king took it and told everything directly, just as she sits sideways, as she immediately asks what they are talking about, and from that even harder reds. The king states that if she really is against it, then he will have to give up this idea. She panicles and asks him to stop. She began to get embarrassed, got out of thought, and uncertainly asked a little waiting. What happened to her? She was never able to approve her phrase. Amian whispered quietly, which, as she said earlier, she fell in love. She began to greet him, and he stood stunned, not knowing what to say. Les Ledza is the first to find the strength to apologize, confessing that he cannot do it. Her words are stunning everyone, even her father. She says that the problem is not in Mr. Ryu, because he is a real character. If he became her husband, she would be the happiest woman. The king asks, what happened then? She lowers her eyes and replies quietly that he has Mrs. Gnome. Ring cannot understand what Gnome has to do with. Les barely asks about it because she also likes Mr. Rizhao. She replies that he cannot do so with her. No one begins to argue, because for her the main thing is that he was happy. She confesses that she's been here only through the efforts of Mr. Ruiz, so she should at least thank him. She is not going to hinder his happiness. Lizletza suddenly appears and exclaims that it is not possible. Ryoya does not understand what is happening. Liz screams in despair. Letting it out is not the only way to thank. She was always close. Always supported it in the most difficult moments. She can't just take him from life just because he no longer needs help. They begin to argue, sharing arguments, and the king with the river is watched, not understanding what is the matter. And suddenly Amun comes out and confidently states that he then takes the master to himself. Everyone immediately turns his views on her. The king begins to speak, and the underworld is wondering that he will say it if the Lord takes them both. The list without girls made them simply solidify in place with open mouths. The river wondered what they were talking about and how they managed to get along. Ombini confidently replied that they would definitely understand. The king explains that for strong and influential people it is a common matter. For example, he himself has 4 wives, and with each of them he has a child. Ryoi thinks, apparently, it is difficult for them to make a choice. The king notes that, in his opinion, to entrust these lands to such a man is quite safe. And besides, he does not want to offend the young lady Noam. One cannot forget about her great talent of the great alchemist. Amiti often heard that a real master has several wives, so why deny herself in such an opportunity? There is already smoke from the ears and nose of Rias. He is asked if he will agree to this marriage for the future of the country. He feels, if he refuses, it will finally become a real devil around everyone. This is exactly how he is already looking at him. He understands that all decisions have long been made for him. Finally, he confesses that he is ready to take responsibility and accept both as his wives. A deep silence reigned in the room. He asks why everyone is silent, why there are fewer joys, although those who know him look happy. Some of the audience ask the other to take care of her. River shocked. Are they really don't mind? Of course, he still felt that he and Nam could reach such. But it still seems incredible. The king hugs Ryu and exclaims that it is incredibly fine. Now Ryu is his son. He reminds Ryu that he now has a family. He hugs him stronger, presses to himself and says that he hopes to see and further his benefits for the state, and also adds that the celebration is waiting for them. The response remains that he is too loud. Binyan is comfortable on the royal throne and notes that the king is extremely fun today. She is amazed at this mood, because she has not seen him so cheerful for a long time, and suspects that there is some reason. Ryu has 2 wives, and news about the events on the battlefield quickly flew throughout the kingdom. People began to believe that a real character appeared at their land. This is just another adventure from adventurers. He has no special skills, but his name is ruled. The order was open to open the gate, and the man stood up, announcing that he would walk here. The girl looks at the page of the newspaper and notes that Rue looks like a real village. She decides, here he will come down too. She was not in the castle for a long time. The guy with a smile adds that he is too. The guards at the gate raised their heads and immediately recognized the princess. One by one they began to shout that the king's children returned home. The gates were opened not just as for the heirs of the throne, but as for their siblings. Les happily welcomes Raija, calling him the most expensive man, and sincerely pleases his return. Meanwhile, the new wife gets acquainted with her husband for the first time. For the swing, all this attention and care is still unusual. He was presented with an estate from the royal palace. Let's ask what happened. Maybe he really ill. He denies. No, all is well, he is just very happy. It is rumored that until recently, a family of some minister lived here. Who is he? Interesting? Let's ask him if she did something wrong, because she never dressed so before. He assures that everything is fine, she is just not armor. She says that she never behaved as a real girl, because she devoted her entire life to become a knight. Now she is not sure whether she can become a good wife for such a prominent husband. Ryoi is aware that he is not so outstanding. But the Lesta enthusiastically insists on the opposite. They say, Ryoya is a real hero, the strongest man on earth. It was he that, as a representative of his country, asked their father to be accompanied by his father, His Majesty. She confidently states that he will do everything he wants. Ryoi, repeating her words, wonder what strange things the king told her. Fewer words are better. Let's just ask if he wants to eat, take a bath, or work out. And then we will arrange sparring. Ruya mentally notes that the last option is probably superfluous. He asks her what is now occupied by Noam. She replies that he is in the laboratory with Mrs. Ambien. Noam, having become a wife, moved to the new home. She was seriously involved in the study of alchemy. In the estate, Noam arranged one of the rooms under her own laboratory and now mixes different ingredients with passion, constantly experiments with new recipes. Guild of Artisans boils everything that is created here, and its members have fun as they can. Ambinyin is refueling. He controls cases and makes a profit. Lislitz turns to the river and sadly says that it is unfortunate to notify it immediately after his return home. But his father sent a letter. He insists that the river is sure to come to the castle tomorrow. Revaya thinks that since then, as he became his son-in-law, he is not inability to turn to him at all. He decides to warn that he is cautious. Revaya also adds that if there is a need, so something is wrong. The next day, during the meeting, she reported that her brothers and sisters seemed to return. The first prince of Amnanto states that he is a hero, and that he did everything right. Isabella's first princess replies to him with a warm smile. Brother Imnanto says that he admires him as a future king, and hopes that he will continue to serve his native kingdom. The second prince of Rusiosha only smiles in response. Ryoi and Lesledza look at them with anxiety. Isabella confidently tells them not to mislead the common people, because it is she, the eldest daughter of King Leonhard, will become the main ruler. She tells Rui that if you oath loyalty, it is only him. Ryu does not understand what is happening. The Senent loudly stated that the sons have the priority right to inherit the throne. The most eldest son should be a successor. Isabella says he is too naive, because in their kingdom there were already queens, and the throne should belong to the wisest. He loudly states that then he should definitely take the throne, because he is much smarter than her. She just smiles and replies, she has not heard of such loud sages. Ryoya is still away, not understanding what is happening here. The size of the king shows him to children that this is enough. Both worship and agree with it. The social annexes of PJSC have subsided again, and Ryo casts a vigilant look at him. Lislada gently turns to Rua, as if he was asking for forgiveness. She tells her brothers and sisters that all three are the real children of King Centisilian. Each of them has the right to inherit the throne, but in the end, only one will be responsible for the future of this country. At this point, someone notes that she has a very beautiful dress. The elders of Nados noted that everyone knows for a long time. He has a father's noble blood in his veins, and you will not do anything. They with irony add that they have heard about her efforts this time. Maybe it's worth starting to magnify her queen? Les Ledza just thanks him. She notes that, given its origin, she is not sure that the throne can ever take. He looks at her with hatred and says that her veins flow the blood of a homeless dog who does not even know who he is. For him, she is nothing more than a daughter born of a dog, and therefore the same dog. Ruya thinks what the difference is, barely glances and tells that she was born in the family of common people and felt a biased attitude all her life, even when she received the title of a knight. She is now ready to serve this country with the whole heart to thank the person who gave her the honorary title. Zimnantko believes that this is a really good idea. With this mood, it will continue to work for the sake of its own good, as if a hunting dog which can be used by everyone, even if it is no longer good. He suddenly silences because Ryu directs his finger, and then firmly grabs him by the collar and lifts into the air. He yells without realizing what is happening at all. His brother and sister just look at him, and he desperate to finally be released. Ruvaya reproaches him that such behavior cannot be said about some education, and reminds, those with whom it is connected by blood ties is not called dogs. Lesledza asks Roy to stop. She explains that they still remain with him the same prince and princess. The only difference between them is her mother was a simple woman, while her brother was born of a royal wife. The river does not stop and insists, all people must be equal, regardless of their origin. If you ignore it and compare people with each other, we seem to lose the value of each person. He argues that the greatest trouble of this country is that such people become kings, but at the same time insulting his lover. And for this image, he will make him kneel in front of her. Zimnanto does not stop shouting about his actions, sounds the guards and orders them to destroy this crazy immediately. But the king stops everyone and asks to wait. The king turns to Ryu, saying that such a senseless trick is a great insult for him. He asks if Ryu will be able to restrain his anger. Ryo-EU explained that it was disrespectful to him, so he does not see the point of apologizing to him. The king says he will postpone this conversation for later. The river takes them and, without thinking, throws them on the ground. He shouts to his father, demanding to get rid of this werewolf immediately, because he has harmed the royal family, and now must be executed in the eyes of all. The king seemed to cast his eyes on his son, and ordered him to remain silent. He explained that, first of all, Ru-I was a real hero of the kingdom. If not for him, the demons would have destroyed this country for a long time. If such a hero is executed, all power will fall down. Even he is not going to think about it. Zimaminto shakes from rage and says that he will then deal with those who accept such wolves, will make him be grateful for his kindness, and serve him, like a faithful dog. The king exhales with relief and says he can do, as he sees fit. And Zemnant, addressing his father, states that the first prince of Zemnant has just returned home and is going, as before, to study the art of government in order to become a real king in the future. Isabella confesses that she was sad for their faces, but now as she returned, she promises to never leave them again, because now she will always be there to learn more about the king's affairs. The third heir reports that the second prince, Rusio Sosh, is also at home. He smiles and waves gently. The king confirms with a smile. Yes, all three have already returned. Ryoya jokingly asks whether they went somewhere. The king announces that he has to say something to children who have just returned from his mother's home. They ask what he wants to tell them. The king returns to them and announces that they deprive them of the right to the throne. All three were stunned by the herd. Even the destruction, which himself did not expect such a development, only silently squeezed his lips. The Amnant shook out how he can take their rights from them, and is very surprised and indignant. Abella asks herself if she was wrong with Herd, or maybe he said something wrong. The king again asks if they wonder why he made such a decision. At this point, Amnato intervenes and says, if he cannot convince them himself, then this is probably the two will succeed, because they are worthy of being the future kings, and they do not. He says that thanks to his abilities, experience, and hard workout, he is rightly considered a good successor. So why did the decision not be made in his favor? In his opinion, it is completely unfair. The king, in surprise looking, asks himself, is it that it is he who reproaches him in injustice, and suddenly restrains the laughter that rushes out? Lesledza whispers quietly, that this unnatural laughter heralds the evil. The Ruin replies that he understood her hint. Then the king proposes to listen to their reasons for the return. The Seminto exclaims that they have returned because it is their native land. Isn't it obvious? Isabella adds with passion that she was born and raised here, and loves this country with all her heart. The king stated that everything was clear to him. If these people are so worried about their homeland, why did they leave her and escaped? Zemnant denies this. Isabella asks indignantly, did she really leave her homeland and escaped? The king says they left the country at the hardest time for her. What else can be called if not treacherously escape? Raiea asks her wife, and she replies that the cause of all the invasion of demons. People ran, saving everyone they could, and everyone asked themselves why everything happened. But when the attack was just beginning, no one could think that Lord Ryu himself would appear a rescuer. Before his arrival, neither she nor he even allowed himself to believe in the mercy of fate. Her father took the command to organize protection against demons. He secretly hid all the news about those events from the inhabitants of the capital, so as not to sow panic. At the same time, soldiers and medicines were harvested from all over the country, and they were supported by the church, as the daughter served as a knight there. She also tried hard to help her father. Ryoya realizes that this old man is actually incredibly skillful king. Only now did he finally understand it. The Lesta barely said that at this time her 3 brothers and sister, River, finished for her, explaining that they had fled. Yes, they really escaped, because according to Zimnanto, this country should destroy demons. He took it for granted and left the country. Each of them remained a house that was once rented by their mother. If they ever want to return to this home, they will be able to live more than gorgeous. Lesledia tells how each of them stayed in the parents' house until the news of the demons was reached. Rijaya adds that you need to have either a lot of courage or a great recklessness to decide after that. Now he finally understands why the king made such a decision. The king states that he is the state and would be a real joke if the country has died and the king remained alive. However, despite such loud words, all applicants for the throne escaped, everyone to the last. It's just incredible. Then Zemnan confesses his father that he cannot understand that, and that the situation is quite different this time. And Isabella immediately apologizes. The king pays attention to her, and she claims that he said that it was the king who is the embodiment of the country. Even if all the inhabitants of the kingdom are killed, but at least one representative of the royal family will remain alive, the revival of the country is quite possible. Even if the whole kingdom is captured by demons and burned to the ground, just one heir to the royal family returned to the fire to revive their country. The king asks whether she escaped. She replies that yes, she was ready to get shame for the betrayal of her country, only to give her a chance to survive. River and Lyslitz praised her for a well-done case. The king agreed that everything is logical, but recalled the minimum standards of behavior. At least it was necessary to inform him of the departure from the country, not to disappear. But instead, everyone fled, not warning it like rats, which are the first to leave a drowning ship. The king announces that their act can only be called a serious betrayal, and adds that the cowards are not worthy of being kings. Children scream and be pleased to wait, worrying about waiting for their country further, and who will become the next king. Revi mentally noted that it would be great to direct all this energy to something useful, but when demons appeared, they fled. Isabella and in one voice exclaims, "That's all. Only 3 of them are entitled to the throne, and if he takes it from them, who will be the next then? What happens to the country?" They ask him to think again. Rivia thinks that they really look like a cohesive team now. It is a pity that there was no such unity during the invasion of demons. The king reassures them, saying that he has nothing to worry about, because he has another child who, in his opinion, is much better than them. River thought that the conversation was about him, and was already going to say something. But suddenly the king turned to Liz barely, calling her name. The king stated that because the mother of Lesletsa was a common man, she could not claim the throne. But this time, he took special measures. He deprived all the heirs of the right to inherit the throne. As an encouragement for her participation in the destruction of demons, she is entitled to the first heir to the throne when he can no longer rule. Lesleds will replace him and become a queen. Lesledza screams with surprise. She extends her hand forward as if begging to wait, and turns to her father king. In the voice of Lesledza, there is an excitement. All her life was taught to be a knight, not a ruler, and she does not know how to manage the state. The king says she can master it right now, because she is already a knight, has a title, and it is very similar to the royal rank. That is, it already has a basis for learning. She grabs Shakes Ruyas by her shoulders and asks what he thinks about it. He then adds that he should now consult with Mr. Ruya, because he is her husband. The king suddenly remembers something and says that if you think, then Lord Riai too, by the way. Here the children interrupt him, with interest in asking, what did she just say? The hero who saved the country is not Leo Lesled Zeus's husband. Ryoya is amazed and asks whether they did not know it. The king asks Leslida with a smile, "If you agree to become a king, will you really become it? After all, now you are my son-in-law, my daughter's husband, that is, you have every chance to take the throne." The Saminto exclaims the name Lesled and scorchingly says that she thought the ordinary girl from the common people, and now decided to deceive the throne. He adds that this is possible only in her dreams. Seminanto appeals to his father, urging him to commemorate. After all, he, his son, inherited the blood of both parents, both the father and the mother, the ruler of the majestic southern state of the young man, the Rubel. The king sharply interrupts him, assuring that this will never happen. He's wondering if he still did not understand the lesson. Aristocrats will never call such dogs. This is unacceptable for them. And even more so the king will not do it. He clearly gives it to understand and demands an apology. The king voices the names of his children, the former heirs, emphasizing that in their veins only half-blood flows in their veins. The other half belongs to the distant royal dynasties. He emphasizes that in fact, they are only half noble, and their other part is noble, but still alien origin, and they have already proven their true nature with their own actions. He concludes that Ruia will become a defender of this country instead of others, because as a true king of Centicilian has already become famous for his courage, and people believe in him. He states that the successor will be less. This is his final decision, and it is not subject to discussion. He orders not to return to this topic. Roussel raises his hand and asks if he can say something and voices a few words. The king replies that he did not say anything like that, so Russell is spoken. Rousseau is gratefully nodding to him and recognizing he respects him as the wisest king. In this situation, the king is right, and Rousseau is ready to follow him to the very end. Zimono and Isabella froze. Roussel explained that, being a second prince, he had so a meager chance of inheriting the throne from the beginning. Isabella became angry. Now it became clear why he was doing so. And Zimnonto added with a sad smile that from the very beginning was doomed to defeat. Rousseau notes that he agrees with respect to the queen, but here's the problem. This Rupee, who is he actually? Seeing the surprise in his brother's gaze, Ruya is alert because Russell looks at him as if he had conceived something. Rousseau reports that rumors have already flew throughout the kingdom. People say it is so strong that there is no one in the world who could surpass him. Barely Rousseau returned home, immediately heard many different stories about the river, and it was a lot of surprise. The river is interested in what hides the smile of the carp. He also remembers Gildergirl, who spoke about him with a special passion. It extends a piece of paper that depicts the Regia and Londitis. She tells that she distributed these postcards to each counter. River thinks that he seems to be guessing who the author of this drawing is. Russell tells that it happened something so incredible that he even believed it. Lesledza is interested in what exactly happened. He replies that he does not have such skills. In response, Rue agrees, and in his thoughts the idea was, do they start this conversation again? But this time, already with him? Russell is sure that it should not be. The Lesledza man, who was elected the first heir to the throne due to his allegedly outstanding abilities and achievements, does not really have any talents. Emelves exclaims that this is true. The Ryudua has become known throughout the country precisely because he has won the demons alone. She proudly says that she is happy to be the wife of Lord Rieji. She confidently states that people usually pay attention only to the brightest actions and ignore everything else. The queen chose a man in a man who is not special. Roussel notes that if the rulers of other countries will hear such news, nothing good will work out. Ray thinks about the words of the second prince and agrees. Apparently, he is right. In this world, the most valuable is the skill. If a person has skills, the door to the highest positions open. So, without true ability to rule the country, let's ask her brother what he means. Does he really hint that if she becomes a queen, should he cancel the engagement with Lord Ruya? That's what he wanted to say? Roussel replies quite the opposite. Most likely, everything will be quite different. When Lalarza becomes a queen, the problem of dissatisfaction among the population will disappear, and he will make every effort to contribute. Ruyu admits to himself that he has no respect for those who call himself good without shame, and still cannot understand the true intentions of the second prince. Rousseau says he just wants to take the opportunity and help those whom he loves. Rui thinks that he really wants to say. Rasselch is interested in Ryu, which he has an adventurer rank. Ryu replies that he has the rank of D. Rasselch reports that he also has D, and adds that the same rank, which is usually given by newly made automatic lawyers. He thought Ryu was trying to hide his true abilities. But it seems that it just lacks skills. The king is surprised to ask why the Adventure Guild gave Rei-Rose such a low rank. It is sincerely amazed. The king notes that it will be unfortunate if the man of the princess has only rank DD. According to him, according to the status of the future man should be at least the rank of A or S. Rui thought that he could do nothing with it. He was so strong, but because Mr. Ronfai had not had enough authority, he simply couldn't give Ruya a higher rank so quickly. Liza standing behind him says that there is a good reason. River guesses that the case of the destruction of the demon has not yet reached the guild. The king states that in this case he issues a new decree, but Russell explains that it is impossible, and the king will exclaims that he will do so immediately. Roussel explains that travelers actually have their own rules. Even if the king gives them an order, they will not obey and do not assign a higher rank. He explains that this is why the rank that guild assigns adventurers is of great importance. He says even the royal family cannot violate the rules set for adventurers. If you are able to follow these laws and rise to at least a high rank of C, or even become a powerful adventurer of rank A, everyone will become clear that you are really strong. And even without any special skills, a high rank will be overshadowed by any shame and will prove your greatness. The king exclaims that this is a wonderful idea. Someone with sufficient skills will easily get the rank of S. Resolves in response that in his opinion, the rank of A is quite suitable for this. The king turns to Rhea, wondering that he thinks about raising rank, and reports that he will send a request to the guild. Hearing this, Rhea laughed awkwardly. Rue has long dreamed of becoming a well-known adventure seeker and climbing a new level. Therefore, he honestly addressed the king and said, if he has a chance to rise in the rank, he would make every effort and fails. Rousseau believes that when he is announced about his marriage with Leslets after he receives a high rank, it will not cause confusion or distrust among people. Rui thinks, is a truly friendly advice or someone's cunning plan. Now he cannot marry Lesledzi until he receives at least a small title. And if this does not happen, it will refuse to inherit the throne. So, they want a little time for themselves. He looks at Isabella and Zimnanto and realizes that everything that is happening is beneficial to both of them. The king confesses Rusev that he is pleased to feel such a good attitude and hear so many good words in his address. He could not even think that Rusev would be able to restrain his anger and would not be angry after he loses the right to the throne. Roussel smiles, says that it is just ridiculous for him, and that he constantly thinks of this country. He worshipped the king respectfully, and Laslesa with Rioja is watching him with some distrust. The next day in the Guild of the RIA Adventures understood. She needed to climb as soon as possible to the ranks of experienced adventurers. He has a great desire to succeed for several reasons. First, he would very much like to have the opportunity to walk freely with A. Secondly, a wedding with Lesledza. He decided that it was time to think about a wedding dress. Every day, it is less and less taken over by the outfit itself. Ruya is interested in what happened to the dress, but with a smile replies that they decided to sew it together in the future. The Embiat asks whether you listen to it at all, and is surprised if he should do it. Lundit comes out and reports Ray that he reached Binam also got an increase and now belongs to the rank of Y. Both saved hundreds of soldiers together. She reported that a special task was to dispose of the demons, which came from the royal palace, received the approval of the Adventure Council, and therefore it was decided to increase its rank. The Roar asks if it is normal to jump immediately to a higher rank, because usually to rise, you need to complete many tasks and become much stronger. Lundit shouts at them, asking who is guilty of being so unique, because only God can kill demons. After that he hints, what is now waiting for an additional portion of hugs. Then, full of fear, everyone forgives. Then Noam asks why he was only raised to this rank. Is it all? After all, there is no one among the carriers of the rank of C who would cope with the army of demons. She exclaims with indignation that the most stubborn old ones are sitting in the council, and that is why it happens. Ravia is rejoiced in the fact that she was angry because of him. It means that she is indifferent. He sees her hard for him, and though it is only a small step, but it is very valuable for him. His reflection suddenly breaks the amnion, which expresses the opinion that he has been unfairly, so he proposes to destroy the whole council. Rioi mentally notes that this new one has just appeared, and is already managing to annoy it in their own words. Lundit notes that even if so, It was not necessary for this reason. To become an adventurer of rank A, you need to take a special test. She says that getting rank A is already a great achievement. But legendary exploits like victory over Weaver need at least a rank of C. And this is a completely different level. Therefore, to understand how special candidates for rank R, which are gathered every few years, conduct a special examination of raising to rank A, and successfully pass it by less than 10 people. Lundit says that the candidates sometimes die, and then know and rush with horror, exclaims that it is scary. The Knoll asks when the next exam. Lundit replies that next month, which is about 5 days. They wonder that it is so soon. Lundit notes that if they miss this opportunity, the next one will appear in only 2 or 3 years. There is no other way out. It is worried that he needs to pass the first attempt exam, and thinks how ruthless this test can be. Meanwhile, the landscape addresses Noam with a question whether it will continue. She, with a smile, replies that everything is wonderful. The river does not hide the surprise from her words. He mentally notes what she is, a calm, and at the same time, a formidable girl. She started her adventure path almost simultaneously with him, and moves forward at the same speed. This is what is the boundless skill of the Queen of Alchemists. Lundite says he will write another letter of recommendation. Everyone hopes for her and invest in it high hopes. The EU Rio says that every time it turns out that it constantly cares for him, and the dishes he eats are always delicious. If the leader of the local guild was not a girl, his path would definitely not be so easy. Long Daek does not know how to say it. In fact, she also waits for their appearance every day. She knows that they will rise even higher and show her something even more interesting. And their progress is striking an incredible speed. Ryo asks what she said at the end. Lundit replies that all cooking will take on, and they just need to appear on a certain day at a meeting. Gnome obediently agrees. Mdian asks that this is a place. Lundit replies that everything is changing here every day, and this time they were in the south, in the kingdom of Rubler. River immediately recalls that he has recently heard this name. Ambignon and Noam were grabbed by his hands and shouted loudly that once they had already decided to move, they can start right now. She is ready at least immediately. The River asks what he is talking about. It's not just a walk around the area. They need to warn the guys how to prepare. Everything is much more complicated here. In a few days they reach the kingdom of Rubler. This kingdom is famous for its warm climate. It is located in the center of several port cities and thrives through maritime. The local sea has a rich blue color, and its bright blue simply impresses the imagination. No one feels happiness, and she, seeing the sea for the first time, exclaims what an incredible event is. It turned out that such a large lake actually exists. Ruea has become aware that it behaved too noisy. River also feels pleasure because for the first time he sees it. It seems to him that even the wind smells different. Born in a dark central Curian, he saw only forests around her childhood, but now he saw a real city for the first time. Gnome and Ruya exclaimed that this sea is. The ambient smiles and notes that their troubled leader raised a whole noise only by seeing the water. Ruya, however, noticed that the ambient looks at them as if they were some rural prostates. He asks her if she saw the sea once, and in response she says that she saw. She asks him, as she thinks, how many thousands she lives. It turns out that she has already explored the whole seabed. Noah says that, as she should expect, she has a lot of free time. She denies that this is not the case, and explains. In fact, she from time to time is engaged in various cases. She says that magical spirits also live in the depths of the sea, which is why she has repeatedly visited them with different things. Real is sometimes hard to believe that looking at Ambenin, he forgets about her true essence. Its appearance is so deceptive that it is possible not to mention. It is a spirit capable of causing a natural disaster and to lose tens of thousands of people in a moment. And similar creatures live at the very bottom of the ocean. Noah is wondering if she has friends among other magical spirits, and she replies that there are really those who are very similar to her soul. It adds, although it does not explain, that there are those who, without apparent reason, suddenly starts a deadly battle, drawing all the living in him who finds himself. Raya believes that it can cause a lot of trouble, so it's good that he is her friend. No one mentions that when the spirits appear in the city, their presence is so noticeable. Ambinis confirms, this is really the case, then let him not forget to behave as he used to. Ryoi mentally notes that it is very convenient to have such national rice. The head of the guild of the Avanturists of the Kingdom of Rubrim, Gaomez, looks at Ryu and says that he is not lucky. The viewer is wondering why these documents should be sufficient. The employee in response assures that he has no ability to level A. It is impossible. Never happened yet. Ruya wondered if everything really said as the second prince said. When you move from one country to another, all the achievements were cancelled. But now that he is here, retreating back simply makes no sense. The worker asked if he heard him, calling him Mr. without his ability. The main principle for adventurers. The higher the ability, the better the position, and people without ability to hear are nothing. He says that he does not know how Cunningway therefore managed to get a recommendation, but this time he passes the exam with all, so he will not be lucky. He will not allow anything illegal. Ria explained that he did nothing illegal. At the same time, he assured that a person would not be able to get a recommendation in an honest way. He extends a letter of recommendation and notes. So the head of the Guild of the Kingdom Centikillion was a young girl. It is clear why she is so frivolous. But nothing. She will certainly be responsible for her mistake. In addition, the recommendation is written in a hurry and trembling hand. Ruya squeezes his fist and thinks that he can still withstand the images directed at him. But when it comes to Lundita, this is a completely different matter. He says that he has reached all these results in his homeland. He calls these achievements raw, because they were specially decorated in simple language. However, these examples should prove that he is a really capable person. He exclaims that he has caused a monster fatal blow, but it is full of nonsense for him. If he really sought to gain more glory, he could invent something more convincing. Ruya thought, can these monsters really destroy the whole country on their own? They are called the natural enemies of humanity, and although it did not immediately believe it, there is less doubt. But even so, why are it so rough and unfair? The worker exclaims that he has forged the official document, and now he is threatened with prison. Now he learns how strictly criminals punish here, and at the same time the head of the guild, who made such a senseless document, will also be removed from office. Noam deliberately sheds a drink on the employee, and reproachfully says that he behaves too roughly. She requires him to apologize to the river. He shouts loudly what he does, and reminds that he is the head of the guild. Noam confidently points out that it does not matter what position a person occupies. If he does not know elementary politeness, there is no point in answering her politely. The man shouted again, demanding to find out who she was. Ryoya believes that it was thanks to the gnome that he managed not to crush that pendulum, but still doubts. Noam confesses that he also wants to try his hand at the exam on rank A, and hints, if he looked at the documents, he would understand where her look was directed. Ryoya mentally notes that her vocabulary is quite limited. Mujas asks if she really takes the exam. Considering the documents, he notices that she has a unique ability. SSS rank of King Alchemy. Crying to her, Mujas exclaims that she is really suitable for this experiment. He proposes to immediately prepare all the necessary papers. Nomim stated decisively that she would participate with Ruyu. Hearing this, Mohas was indignant that such words are inappropriate, and let it leave this person, because only the true geniuses like her are worthy of the title of a class. These reproaches, Noim answered calmly that it does not matter. Ruyu has no special abilities. She tells that she saw with her own eyes how he effortlessly destroyed monsters, demons, and even heroes. If you can't pass the exam, it will just go. Mujas notes that, despite her words, only a few without ability are really recognized. Ryoya believes that even so similar people could deserve recognition. Maisas agrees and says that you can start the official procedure. He adds that if he once becomes aware that the exam for which he answers will appear so capable people rank, and then he accepts it. Noam replies that no, he would not be able to recognize a person with the legendary abilities. In the future, it is in this world that he will be talked about as a great fool. Magza begins to be angry, but the river silently asks her to restrain. No one says openly that he does not want to recognize the power of the river, so she decides to give him a chance and allows you to see everything with her own eyes. Mujas asks what she tries to say. Noam replies that monsters are roaming around, and if you are still able to cope with them on your own, it is already a lot of power. However, she also acknowledges that those monsters are extremely dangerous. Ryoya is amazed at this and does not understand what she means. Mujas with a cry denies that the destruction has no right to do so, but if he really succeeds, Mujas recognizes him. The destruction stands on the side, feeling a little uncomfortable. Nam orders him to wipe the saliva that he split, and adds that he would not allow him to give up, as if he had gone out of his hands. River thoughtfully says that I have heard these words somewhere before. Noam explains that she has made an agreement, so they can go on. She encourages Rizhao. Now it's time to show that soulless Rude his true power. The river follows the Naoma, a little confused, but does not fall behind. Ray apologized to Nam for having to ask for it. In response, he just smiled and said that it was natural for him to save her life. She confessed that she had not yet been able to thank him even a trick for everything he did for her. Ryoya believes that if she had not stopped him and he would continue to offend Lundaita, he would certainly attack him and would not be avoided. She also adds that pouring it with water was quite superfluous. She smiles and says that nothing wrong has happened. She really did not pour water on him. He picks up in surprise. Was it not ordinary water? What happened here? She tells that she created this potion in the event of such situations, and now she is glad that it was immediately useful. He is afraid that in a few days his body will be covered with stains, and he will die in torment. Therefore, he asks what the consequences it has. Noam claims that if this substance had to be named, it would be a potion for hair restoration, although it may be more correct to call it a hair loss. The river is relieved and says that it is good that his life is not threatened. After that, they both go to the trials. 20 minutes have passed. Noam and Rosoya are the expanses of plains outside the city. Noam looks around and says that it is so spacious and even, a real place for battle. Rua remembers how Noam told him that he could destroy all monsters near this city. She spoke so much, so Rua is gathering Noam to talk to her. Noam hastened to assure that she understands his excitement, but there is no reason to worry. She called Ambanon. He quickly appeared and asked if it was a potion. Noam smiled and advised not to delay, but brothers. Ambanus thanked her and accepted the potion from her hands. The Amnione skirt rises. She is looking for something. No one even suggests that it can be here, maybe a little deeper. She is convinced that we should look here, but none of the audience agrees with her. The destruction looks at him and immediately understands what is happening. Here, a known drag bottle with potions from the skirt of Ambion. This is called Monstropha. She said she had created one for the sake of research, and he replied in surprise that she had already done many of them. Noam tells that she comes from the stench that awakens monsters. Her creator prepared some strange tincture, and last time he opened that bottle, the stench spread around, and the smell began to pull everyone to the center. Rue asks in surprise, "To which center?" The ambient shows his hand and says, "In other words, it's here." River suddenly understands. He will have to win them one by one. So he asks, "How much can you be roasted with this bottle?" Noam assures that the elixir will stand in the entire territory for which their guild in this city is responsible. The river is genuinely surprised that it has used such a powerful potion, not even seeking any benefits. The potions are poured. It spreads smoothly on the surface. Ryoya, closing his nose with his hand, notes how she snores here. What a terrible stench. The ambient gladly adds that the monster will come to such a smell very soon. They start to hear something. Strange sounds come around. Amnon laughed and said that they were already going. She says it is semi-like semi-people, but at the same time with an indefinite mucus form. Among them, she even feels the presence of the undead. No Eam created a quality potion. River asks how many monsters are really there. Monsieur Neon replies that they seem to be about 200. It is surprised to be astonished. Noam gladly states that it was this effect that she sought, and that the result of reincarnation exceeded all her expectations. Rio EU notes that there are really a lot of them now, and it is thought of what will happen to the city then. Noam confidently replies that everything will be well because he will win them all. Ambanin explains that they were gathered for all that they gathered, all the opponents here. Rio EU thinks that he probably puts too high hopes for him. Ria explains that if he misses at least one, the city is expected to be disaster. Eminyan assures that he will not make such a mistake. She says that even if something happens, let it be humbled this city, disappear from the face of the earth. Renoya believes that he has no matter before. The river loudly announces that they are already on the spot, and proposes to start with the fastest monsters. He hit one monster with his fist. All difficulty lies only in quantity. His arms and legs have limits, not to reach at all. He understands. Here, you need to act in the calculation, to think in advance a plan. He reached out one hand forward. He immediately destroyed many monsters. Noam exclaims that it is a real wall of compressed air, an impressive sight. It remains that this technique works great and is just suitable for restraining weak monsters. And Binyan explains that the information is now clarified. Rui Wei raises his head and asks what happened. She explains that the action was stronger than expected, and now the monsters from the larger territory are gradually approaching here. Rui Wei asks, "To say it is easier, what does it mean?" She replies that their number has almost reached thousands and wishes him good luck. Does a lot of monsters attack him? But he just took and destroyed them all. Ambanin and Noam are pleased, shouting loudly that more than 5,000 people gathered here. However, he is surprised and asked if they are really so much. People began to converge, and among them the baldness of Maya's asked with anxiety, "What happened? Why is it full here?" He looks at the monster and notes, here is a predatory wolf, and near the orcs, goblins, and even his familiar computer. But here is the most powerful Rhine beetle. Cleo also recognizes Fuji, and Hanobachi met somewhere. He says that even all monsters won from which people produced useful materials. But why was this considered a special pride of his city? How did it happen? Noam comes up and asks whether he really slept. His eyes become wider than surprise. Noam says that Rio is not guilty of what happened because the problem was in a lighthouse, which simply did not want to believe in his ability. That is why he agreed to it. Mahas notes that after Raya has destroyed such a large number of monsters together, they are unlikely to come here new months, or even several years. Ambinyan only jokingly states that Ryoi looks completely stretched. He is told that it is good. Now no one will be in danger in the city. But she does not know what she is waiting for adventure seekers whose work was to destroy the monsters. She advises him to think carefully about whether the level of D or C will be able to cope with this task. He adds that official procedures will begin shortly to recognize the title of the rank of Rank A. He is aware of something, and suddenly someone in the name of M is calling Ryu. Noam reported that she still had a little elixir and offered to continue hunting for monsters. Myosa asked to wait and assured that he was first of all formalities. The girl goes away. Noam smiles and says that it was necessary to say from the beginning. Ruya is surprised in the background, and Ambinian cannot hide pride in Noam. No one calls, and he says that he apparently did not even think about it. But during that time, they managed to collect materials of 5,000 monsters. On the way, they also talked to the local head of the Artisans Guild. She just handed over this work to them, and even did not move her finger. The young man looks stunning around, not believing. Rua does not restrain the delight, exclaims that all this is a real miracle. There are only a few days left before the exam, and he thinks of how best to use this time. Now their main goal is to take an exam on rank A, so they decide to find out how preliminary trials took place. Ray is convinced that success comes only to those who do not do nonsense. The only rival for her is herself. Nomim tries to understand these words, but does not make sense. Amnion looks at Ray and is not sure whether everything is really the way she says. Mbini says that if he asks what they should do next, she will answer, "Now you need to wash." "No, I'm in the river now, and I can't understand it. I got on the covers, as you know, and they say that there is just awful. It seems to be all because of the influence of monster brows. This stench is not weathered." They began to sniff to themselves and ask each other whether they were rushing from them. Revi confessed that he did not understand anything. Perhaps they were just used to their own smells. Emanon sweeping people around, whispering and disgusting with disgust. Incredible. What an unbearable stench. River confessed that he first thought it was from her, because in the middle of all this noise, she did not even try to hide her presence. They think about how best to put themselves in order and wash their bodies. In the end, they find themselves in the resort town on the coast, located in the kingdom of Rubrum. Ravia always believed that she grew up in the depths of the continent, and never realized how wonderful it is to swim in the sea. These clothes are called a swimsuit. It seems that he was created for relaxation at sea. The famous put their clothes in a powerful detergent she invented. She assured that this remedy was able to eliminate any body odor. The well-known advised to use it when they went to the sea. Then Roya noted that if they knew about this tool before, they would immediately use it. Ryoya is amazed why Noah is still late, because he bought melts so quickly and was ready immediately. No one is right to apologize for making him wait. He looks at her. She looks closely, but she never understands what it is. She has a candid clothing on her, and the girl thinks, does she really want to feel young before the wedding? Noam confesses that she is actually ashamed. The seller assured that it was a regular swimsuit. Ravaya is distrustful whether he is really serious. And then what will happen to other visitors? He rotates and notices other people around him. He looks at other girls and notes that they seem open and friendly. Someone walks around with a tied rope. Noam closes his eyes and tells him that he cannot look at it. He asks why so. Ambanan says he needs to understand the heart of this girl. He knows how much I tried, but instead looks at another. She says that Noam has purchased a separate swimsuit for her. She has long gained courage to demonstrate his figure. For Noam, this is a real test, so now he should honestly praise it. The river exhales and asks whether she thinks that it suits her. Will she perceive his words as a compliment? She confessed that she did not know, but still thanked him. She confesses that she wore a swimsuit for the first time, and is surprised how many different styles here. He looks at Mbinian, which is also dressed in the same way as they are. She asks if he is surprised. He then tells that she created it from a semi-spiritual, semi-physic ectoplasm, and therefore it can freely change its shape. However, she has one technique by which she can change his appearance when she wants. The destruction asks Noam to cover it with something, and obediently fulfills the request, noting that she is very slippery. Mbinian hugs Nam and asks her to remain silent. She noticed how the owner was confused and nickened. She thinks that if he continues, so frankly seizes him, he will definitely become her. But if you continue to behave so awkwardly, after all, its tricks will turn against it. No one pays attention to her, but instead, awkward not to seduce Rua in such crowded places. The boys rotate and begin to look carefully at girls, and then Binian takes Rhea by the hand and says that once they are on the coast, it is time to have a little fun. Noam takes him by the other hand and supports this idea with a smile. The ambient proposes to give them a lecture. She even knows the style of swimming with a rabbit, which Noam tells the rivers, inviting to learn together. Revia strictly ordered them to wait. She wondered, did they come to this country just have fun? They are waiting for the exam soon, and now they have more important things. After all, they find a way to have a good time as soon as they know. On the day of the exam in the central arena, Nam announces that the test will start. Rias confesses that he is very worried. Noam asks for him why he will worry. He will, and so without problems pass all the trials. She has to worry, because she has no combat skills. Ryoya thoughtfully notes that she did not notice how she was so inflamed and began to shine in search of new adventures. This means that this building was built to hold the Rublerum ceremonies, and bloody battles once raged here. And now this place has become quiet and imperceptibly national pride, because it is here that every few years there is an exam for raising the rank of adventurers. States from all over the world help each other to organize this important event. At least, so the guy in short trousers said. Ruya calls on Noam to show everything they are capable of. Noam confidently agrees, is ready to act full. Rivia notes that most likely he is even more likely to fail the exam than it has. It panics and exclaims that it simply cannot be. But Rivia seriously assures, it does not joke. He notes that it is unknown when such a weirdo will appear again without the usual abilities. After leaving the country, he again felt the effect of social stereotypes, according to which he knows nothing, and most likely, not long, would have to wait for new difficulties. Suddenly, someone comes up and says it is the same guy, only without the ability. Raya mentally blames himself, they say. He called trouble. Bandits with chunky bodies laugh loudly, mocking the stranger who appeared on their way again. They catch. Does he really think of becoming an adventurer of rank, and if he and no abilities? The other laughs even louder and tells him to stop, because this rank is not for him. Apparently classmates were so embarrassed that he decided, you can move forward, and without ability. He then asks if he is ready to die, because in his opinion, he should be. The world is not so simple to get rank without having real skills. Rue looks at them quietly without showing a drop of fear. Ryoya confesses that he really has no special abilities, but this is not a reason to stop. Whatever happens, he is not going to retreat. Hearing this, they laugh again and call it brave. It is said that the rank warriors should not be those who hope to solve the problem itself only with inflammation. The second laughs and supports jokes, adding that if he believes that enthusiasm will help you understand everything, then it is still too green and inexperienced as a chicken. The other also laughed and added, if he realizes that to raise one plan with his iron would definitely not be enough. The third says that he does not understand how he wants to achieve his goal. In his opinion, it's just awful. Roy asks, and what about it? And again starts laughing. He acknowledges that he is not ready for test at all. Moreover, he came here with empty hands, and the next level of level A will not happen soon. Does he really believe that he can handle all this without any potion? You will not change anything here. Maybe they will share with him their stocks. He throws him 5 wires. They continue to be silent without saying a word. The man persistently declares the whole vote that passing the rank A exam is not so easy to rely only on potion for recovery. It reminds that antidote, as well as something from paralysis, is also needed. The second participant picks up and points out loud that if he has no abilities, then it was necessary to think and prepare in advance, because caring for his own safety, it is simply necessary. In confirmation of his words, he is thrown a few more. Drink for the restoration of strength, medicine for the eyes, elixir of kindness, cooling potion, potions from ossification, and even a lollipop for the throat. Rawa stands in the middle of a room surrounded by boxes and bags filled with all kinds of potions. They all laugh, saying that even with their help it is unknown whether he will pass the exam for rank, because it is a very strict test. If he really wants to get a rank, it is better to fail the exam, and then give up. But at the very end, loudly shout that he will never give up his dream. They go and say that a new boy appeared there. Like Subai, they need to send him to the right way. Noam notes that he has as many elixirs as in her. She also believes that throat lollipops are very tasty. Ryu thanks everyone for the support, staying behind with warm words of gratitude, and then confidently and loudly announced that the solemn greeting ceremony will begin very soon. The organizers ask all the exam participants to gather in front of the stage. Everyone is going together. One of the participants with a serious face announces that it is time to start. Initially, presenters say that they were provided with an exam room, as well as provided with help and all amenities. One of the leaders is Sodeus, a well-known adventurer of Class A, a curator responsible for conducting an examination of Brangan rank, as well as a direct participant in the guild council. The second of these curators is an experienced grinds adventurer, known for its muscular body and A rank. The community claims that it would like to sincerely thank the Kingdom of Rubrum on behalf of the Adventure Guild. Another of these curators is the famous adventurer, a guide on Class A Maze, named Sentence, and there was no less famous seizure of the adventure of the rank A, Sable Zuba girl Shigar. Someone appeals to all those present, because both of Class A's future adventurers gathered, as well as self-righteous types, which believe that they have full right. His task is to determine which of them to which category belongs. The first of them notes that now there are 3 more people on the podium, whom they all dreamed of getting. He sincerely hopes that among the newcomers who gathered today, as many people as possible will be able to be equal to them. In fact, he thinks that he will now look at him in the same way as the current seekers of the adventures of the rank A, and, in his opinion, is quite logical. Shigar notes that it is possible that none of them is going to concede. Sentence asks her to be silent. Altogether, they announce the beginning of the exam, and the audience is happy to respond to it. But the presenter still has something important to add before continuing. Rudza feels frustrated again. What else could happen? The man says that a special guest was invited to this exam. He notes that this experience may somehow come in handy in the future when he becomes a king and asks to allow him to present. He says that before them is the first prince of the kingdom of Centicilian named Zemnanto. Such an unexpected acquaintance is amazed by the river. He turns to everyone earthly, reassuring. There is no reason to be so upset. After all, he is the main contender for the throne of the kingdom of Centrikilia. He says that many in the kingdom of Rubrim can be surprised why a prince from another country appeared here. But it is not even necessary to ask about it. It has a long, standing and strong connection with this land. He begins to tell the story that his mother, the second wife of King Stenkilian Kirin, was previously the queen of the kingdom of Rubrum, and therefore King Rubrum, his uncle. It was his uncle who allowed him, his favorite nephew, to watch everything and gain knowledge. Rhea begins to mention and says, "That's how. This is what you have heard about the kingdom of Rubrum." Now Ryu Vodo has finally convinced that nothing good is waiting for him. The sentence hints that there is nothing wrong. In other words, since the prince of the 2 kingdoms here has good grades, if he receives the title, it will be much easier for him to fulfill his future tasks. Zenmato agrees. The earthly smiles and notes that the most important thing is that those who have a low score from the very beginning will not even be able to move out of place and will not change anything. He always finds you needed for you. He leans to the presenter and begins to whisper something quietly. He leans to other presenters and whispers resembles that everyone has to understand clearly what he requires. Only one thing. Those who are in one way or another related to Lisa must be defeated. The owner explains that if the prince gives them sufficient financial support, they will be able to help him in this case without any difficulty. The destruction of everything hears everything, because its level already reaches 80 million. The earthly jokes that when the exam is barely pale, his face will simply fall off from shame. He is convinced that his father will certainly make him his heir, and when he becomes a king, he will never forget what the destruction has done for him. Rue is sure as ever, this exam will definitely not be quiet. The presenter does not understand why this dog looks so depressed, and is gradually aware of the hopelessness of the situation. Ryuie notices it, supports him, assuring that it is not true, and no one hates him. The owner whispers quietly with a Zimnant that he probably got here mistakenly because of his gilder. The Zimnant replies that he is counting on his support. Ring, watching them, notices how well they find common ground, and someone else adds that they are real friends. The owner warns him not to worry about the battle. They are going to attack themselves. If he loses vigilance for a moment, nothing will remain. Ryu with a smile says that if he is about to do something, let him try. He calls him a trick and adds that he does not understand anything about him. The earthly warns him, I do not dare to give my expectations. At this time, the presenter turns to all those present. As soon as you will call you, be sure to go forward. He flips his hands in front of him and firmly states that he will not be provoked and will not give up. She supports him and advises to try it. In her opinion, he is very good, though sometimes a little unclear. In turn, they began to call the participants, and everyone called back. River wondered, why at all this call? Finally, they named the name. She confidently raised her hand and shouted loudly that he was present. Ruya wished him good luck and noticed that he would probably call him soon. Noam smiled and said that yes, apparently he would, after which he said goodbye and left. The presenter announces that everything is. There are a few more people left. The feeling suggests that they already guess why their names have not been made. River says that others have no abilities. He confirms that this is true. Since birth, they were considered failures. They are called poor travelers who left the gods themselves. They come here every time. Although there are so few, they have no abilities, and they also got into a joke. But do not think that it gives them the right to participate in the test. In full voice, he exclaims that the rules allow them to participate, and everyone around them immediately support the idea, agreeing with it. Sanson explains that everything he is capable of is to eliminate those whose logic does not work. He asks whether they know that from the time of the adventure, after which his guild arose, no person has risen without this ability in the ranks. And so it was neither before nor now, and it will not happen in the future. He further points out that even those who have failed, or who knows nothing, still seek to see people who will soon exceed them because of their unique abilities. And in his opinion, this will be useful for the entire adventurers. Perhaps this will make them leave this place before they get into trouble or spill someone's blood. Having reached forward, he says that in this case they will be appreciated as people who are not needed. After that, he asks how they will do next. Ruya confidently states that this exam is sure to take. He should not even think. After all, from the very beginning, his purpose was to get the rank of A. The soul of a real adventure seeker always seeks to challenge the impossible. The whole crowd screams that it is pure truth, that everything happened in that way because they heard terribly offended. But everyone understands. Only in words you will not change anything here. Even a piece of cheese you will not break. Feelings suggest that these people are incredibly annoyed. Why do those who do not differ in reason always bring with them only worries? He says that in this case, for anyone who is currently at the place of the examination of Class A, he will suit a special test. Rhea feels the approach of danger and warns others to be careful. Saint laughs, noticing that there is someone with good intuition. However, as responsible for the exam, he immediately puts the condition. If someone even step forward, he is immediately disqualified. Suddenly, the abyss opens beneath them, and everyone falls down. Feeling suggests that they should not worry, because falling into the pit is not the greatest danger that awaits them. He constantly twists his fingers and repeats that he will simply lead them to the right place where their exam will take place. At a moment when Ryu calmly and without any excitement was in the abyss thanks to a joint view with Mbanon, he finally became convinced of that. He read the sentence explaining, in the given coordinates, a hole is created through which you can pass, and the entrance and the exit are connected. First, you need to determine the place where the exit will be, otherwise it is impossible to create a hole at the entrance. As soon as the exit coordinates are removed from the DOHU opened the passage, the hole automatically disappears. Ruya falls head down. Someone asks if he is still alive. He emerges from under the ground and asks everyone at once, or everything is fine. Others are confused and frightened. They do not understand what is happening at all and how to explain it. One of the adventurers tells that he threw about 20 or even 30 people here. It seems that now they are in the dungeon of the kingdom of Rubrum. One of the adventurers says that most cities are built just over the dungeons from where people get different resources. However, he did not think that it was here that someone could deliberately put a trap. Raya tells that it was his ability that opened a hole in the space, which he calls the spot of decision. However, others do not understand what he is talking about and ask again. Sentence watches them carefully, using his abilities, and says that he is not so bad at all, because he immediately understood everything. But did he really understand what his strength is? He tells them all this, adding that even for such incapable people, it has another test. A spare test. The essence of the task is simple. You need to get out of the dungeon. If they succeed, he acknowledges that at least elementary abilities are present. Time is not limited to them, but if they delay, the exam will end. And he is responsible for this exam, so if they want to surrender, they can always turn to him for help. He says that even those who do not cope with their work, he can still allow him to live. Ravia tells others that they will go forward. Everyone agrees with him, and, encouraging each other by exclamations, follow. They exclaim that they are ready to act, showing the true feelings they came here. Their hearts are not only hatred for high-ranking adventurers who have boldly humiliated them with their pride, but also a common desire. Each of them appeared here with the hope of climbing rank and among adventurers. And there is pride of those who do not have special abilities. Suddenly he notices 3 people, those who threw his potion. One of them states loudly that they will continue to work with the same perseverance, and the other adds that if everyone is united, these difficulties will seem only a trifle. Ravas exclaims to them what it means. They also have no abilities. And in response, you can hear the question, "And who said that we have?" They laugh and joke that they are already the 7th of their exam they passed to get rank A. Someone else suggested that everyone surrender. Ryoya believes that at first glance they seem like ordinary hooligans, but in reality they had to go through the greatest difficulties and suffering. And despite all this, they were able to get so far. Someone exclaims that he will be able to survive even without a special gift, because for 20 years he has been going this way, and has an unbreakable spirit in his heart, which supports in the most difficult times. Ru first ordered them to stop so annoyingly laugh. He understood everything. Everyone who gathered here, even if they do not have supernatural abilities, is actually very strong personalities. River turns to Sam Banan and is wondering if he can hear it. Wandering in the air, she replies that, of course, here's her master. He seems to be sent to a very strange place. She is wondering if he will give any orders. She asks whether to first deal with those who threw him on this landfill, and then save the hero himself. The River replies that this is not the same. He will try to cope with the situation, and he advises to continue to support Noam, because anything can happen to her, and it will no longer surprise it. She says he, as always, is too careful. No, it seems all is well. She asks whether he wants to see it with his own eyes, taking advantage of the common vision. In fact, he himself asks her to do it. He notices several people who are wounded on the ground, and stands in the middle. The presenters are pleased to fight with the participants, and Rui's puzzled looks around, not understanding how such a strange situation could arise. Ambinin explains that this is only an easy selection of candidates. The main thing in this test is to withstand psychological pressure from the examiners. It seems that their plan is to leave only 10% of candidates. He asked her whether she seems to be too cruel to her. Ambinians expressed confidence that thanks to their power, they are able to overcome any difficulties. But is their soul so strong? One of the presenters announces that a sweet find has already been discovered. River is immediately interested. Does this mean that Noam got into a mess? The ambient is wondered if this is true. Maybe he also wants to see their abilities. Shigar jokes that she is such a brawler, and even so sweet that she just wants to hug her. She constantly murmurs through the word and calls it her special ability. Today she had to make noise loudly, and because of that she is a little annoying. She reports that now her transformation has reached only 50%, so even accidentally defeat it. Her success in the exam depends on how much time she can last, based on changes. Noam quietly asks whether she is sleeping. He is wondering how long she will be going to talk. If he plans to overcome it, she is likely to ahead of it and make it the first. Noam noted that these people are a real disaster, and one cannot evaluate a person only by his or her abilities or their absence. She reminded that the ruddy on the whole head is stronger than everyone else, but they were simply ignored, bypassing, and at the same time arrogant so much that they call themselves examiners. although they behave quite differently. She calls them heretics. Shigar asks indignation. What she means, she does not understand anything from her words. Did the rage so obscure her mind that everything seems stupidity? Noam is only annoyed, they say, how annoying it. She confesses that although he considers herself a small failure that cannot even match the powerful river, but it is sure, he hears her words. Noam is ominously saying that she will read it well and shows which of them is stronger. Shigar understands nothing and starts shouting. She decides to challenge her. She is really bold, because not everyone will dare so boldly to behave in front of the hunter rank A. The other mistress reproaches Tar, calling her stupid, and warns that she should not be approached so thoughtlessly. After all, she has the ability to change, as if the king of alchemy. Noam instantly strikes this Shigar with one powerful blow. It suddenly falls and zooms in pain, that she is not as painful now as it was before. She felt like a sharp knife pierced her nose. Ryu's watched all this and thought it was a mixture of different smells. No one mentions that when she turns into a beast, her vision, hearing, and smell are intensified several times. In other words, the effect of potion on its body is also felt much more. Shigar still cries with pain and third nose, trying to calm herself. Noam tells that feral cats behaves very radically when someone denotes his territory by another owner. Since it takes on the character traits, this instinct also appears, so many of its pores are well. It opens the flask and announces that it will pour its contents on the body, and from this act will become truly exciting. Shigar shouts that she thinks like the devil himself and begs her to stop. Noam throws her potion. Shigar screams from disgust. The potion stinks sharply. The smell becomes stronger. Two carriers are silently standing and watching it. Noah throws her another potion. The owner screams at the Shigar, declaring that it behaves like a pet. If it cancels the transformation into a beast, it will cease to perceive the smell so acutely, and they will no longer pose a threat to it. Noam continues to rush her potion. Shigar escapes, assuring that thanks to animal reflexes, he will definitely escape from her. Those two stood away and realized that everything was not going as it should. She, relying on instincts, blew into this game with evasion, but she was trapped, completely underestimated the enemy. Now it has become obvious. The abilities of that girl much exceed her own. Noam throws another bottle, and it raises many questions. The next moment it explodes. Shigar rehearses and pours tears, pressing his palms to the eyes. Noam tells that her vision has also become more acute. Due to the alchemical reincarnation, it prepared light potions. She asks her finally to move, because she is already tired, and advises to be a little visionary. Pour all the potion directly into the Shigar. Shigar shouted even louder, feeling unbearable. Ambinian lowered her gaze and said quietly that she really beat her well. How ruthless she is. The noise takes a huge path with sharp thorns. Shigar asks whether these weapons are also part of alchemical techniques. She says she bought it in the store. Shigar relaxed and relieved that all was well. But while she enjoyed peace, somewhere behind the presenters began to shout that it was bad. Does she really not understand what the mess got into? Noam reassures her, promising that he should not worry, because then she will separate her with the help of an alchemical spell. But the girl does not understand what is about. Noam says that under the influence of the alchemical effect, at the time of contact, this item will become 10 times stronger. In addition, its mass seems to increase by about 300 times. Noam waves with his hand and begs her to die. However, through tears, the Shigar opens his eyes and notices that the stick has passed by him. There was a giant cluster at the scene. No one remembered that it could all happen through those sunglasses. She lifts her gaze and strictly warns that she does not flash next time, and then asks what to do next. Shigar is stunned. He cannot believe what has just happened. She twists in her mouth, seems ready to surrender, and begs not to beat her. They say he does not want her to be crushed like a pomegranate berry. Ambini, with a smile, notes that she probably now has to refrain from sarcasm. Reality only asks, is it necessary to come to this, especially after a few image? Grindo notes that this little girl became quite cheeky. He orders to stop because Shigara has already lost. He says that the ability to turn into a beast has its conditions. In addition, it is only a certain rank, so it of course cannot be compared to the ability of SSS Rang. The presenter reports to Noam that she successfully passed the first part of the exam. Then he asks her to sit somewhere in the corner and relax a little. Noam obediently fulfills his request. He says that I am very pleased to see such a talented girl who has successfully passed the exam and showed great abilities. He adds that they will now fight in honor of her admission to the ranks of adventure seekers. Then the Nuking asks if the ability is really so important. Suddenly, Everyone opens their eyes wide. He does not understand what it is about and asks what it means. Noam frankly admits that he feels genuine hatred of abilities. She tells that before she got this ability, her days were truly happy. But she spoiled everything. Due to her unique ability of her life, it consisted only of annoying events. One day, everything changed. A man appeared who began to change the world with his own hands. And it was a meeting with that person. It brought her much more happiness than all the abilities of the king alchemy. The owner apologizes and removes the hat, sincerely confessing that she does not understand what she is talking about. No one says there are many things more important than abilities. She says that once he belongs to those who did not notice anything, then he will also be wiped from the face of the earth. And Binan fails to take a look from how Noam grows up. She tells the Rija that now, when he was convinced that he has nothing to worry about, even if something happens, she will force all enemies to see how dirty their world is. Raya agrees with her and adds that she will focus on the preparation for the exam. 3 friends approach you and ask what happened. For some reason, it seemed that he was not with them. They are worried. If he tried to fly in the clouds here in the dungeon, it could end tragically. Ryu approaches and sincerely apologizes. Another brother extends candy or salt, because when traveling, it is important to maintain the body, even the simplest food. The third guy exclaims to those who are ahead that they are slowing down, because boys with less endurance are already choking. Everyone listen to his words and reduce the pace. He says that their goal is to bring everyone without exception. He will run the last so as not to get a sudden blow in his back at the end. Roy believes that they really deserve trust. From the very beginning, none of us has lagged behind and had a single injury, all thanks to the reliable protection of these giants. Ryoya addresses them with a direct question. Why did they take command and allowed themselves to behave roughly? He does not hide his intentions and speaks frankly. He adds that the river is quite the same as them, and probably already realized how disdainful they treat those who have no ability. At this point, the river confesses to himself that it is really clear to him. The second person explains, because of their ignorance we decided that we are weak, and now they constantly affect us, have become completely arrogant. And they try to intimidate everyone around. Their mind is not quite clear, and honestly, no one would voluntarily approach them. He turns to the river, explaining that he also understands how cruel this world can be to those who have no ability. River notices how his voice suddenly became so sad. The giant says that the lives of adventurers are a solid bitterness. They are constantly underestimated, humiliated, and expelled from everywhere. He asks how they can withstand all this test and do not stop, because they are not able to give up their goal. All 3 assure that of course they will not come off their way. Even without much abilities, they will surely get their rank. Due to the fact that they all had no special abilities, he had to gather exactly such guys, those who could not break any difficulty. They stood, became true veterans, who, despite the worst circumstances, stubbornly refused to despair. They did not lose hope and tirelessly moved forward to their dreamy goal. Ruya smiles and confesses that he is sincerely amazed. One great laughed and said that, in other words, if someone without the ability to become an adventurer A-class, he just needs to become stupid. The second adds that this year they will accurately become adventurers, then explode again. One tells the other that he seems to be breathing, as if running too fast. The other replies that it is sometimes difficult to understand how exhausted you are, so let him remember this moment. Once again, he notes that he drank too much water, and in the dungeon you need to drink water only at certain points. Another warrior shows the situation, sighs, and says that you do nothing here, so he suggests to share his flag. The third raises his hand and states that they are now allies, so they will help and support each other with their best. River reports that the enemy is ahead, and in his head he considers whom he can rely on as allies. He says it is of course not bad, but the monster still won one blow. One chunky guy exclaims that this brother again defeated him with one powerful blow. The second legend tells that this brother defeated almost everyone alone. The third adds that it is because of this that they go quickly, and no longer worry about the next path. River believes that their laughter prevents him. He screams loudly that the exit is already nearby. Is it really he? Suddenly he stops and thinks. Doesn't it seems strange? Usually there should always be light. Rivai asked everyone to wait a little, because something was wrong here. Her request was repeated loudly by a hefty man, turning to all present. One of them, without listening to the reservations, Fun goes there and disappears. People say that he has disappeared, without realizing what it is for the dark. Rivaya points out that it looks like a spot, and Healthy repeats her words and adds that it belongs to the sunset. Therefore, The passage that leads to the exit is covered only one way. Ryoi asks a big man what they will do next. He replies that there is no time to think now. You just need to go forward. Ryoya begins to say that everything is clear, as suddenly, ah no. When this happens, a cap of the man who has just absorbed suddenly flies out of the darkness. The giant warns that if they do not join it immediately, it will absorb another of their comrades. Then the monsters can gather around him, and it will no longer be possible to escape. Revaya believes that in the dungeon, the worst thing is to stay alone without the support of their comrades. Rios agrees with their opinion. He then gives the command to the whole team to move forward together. To save his comrades, he is ready for everything, even to go to where the deadly danger is chatting. Only real crazy adventurers are capable of this. Somewhere he has already heard such words earlier. Senso sees all this out loud. They say that they are stupid. Meanwhile, a panic guy is only capable of asking himself, is this really the same? Is it possible? The mighty man notes that this place looks exactly the same as where they were first thrown. The other is wondering if everything is really here. Someone asks as a surprise whether it is not an endless repetition created with the help of another dimension. Revia feels that this smiling guy does not plan to allow them to take the exam. He seems to read his thoughts. Senzen denies it is not true. He says he believes in them. Even without much abilities, making efforts and showing perseverance, they achieve excellent results, and will definitely make everything. He adds that if they lack the courage to do it, then they should not be given the right to take the exam for the title of A-Rang. Although, just in case, he notes, if someone wants to give up, he is always ready to make such a decision. Ruya considers himself surprisingly bold. It is clearly visible what he achieves. His plan is simple: to eliminate everyone by imposing a task that cannot be accomplished. For himself, he explains everything with absolutely meaningless logic. Some from the crowd notes that they despise people without their ability, and honestly, it seems to me that it is all because of him. Undoubtedly, the purpose of the Prince Saminto is him, so he involved others. The giant announces that it seems just here and now. River interrupts him and strictly asks, "Are you going so easy to give up?" He replies that the retreat also requires courage. First, they will leave this place, and then they will challenge the unfair exam before the Guild Council. In his opinion, this is now the best plan. And here Benian calls Ryu. He asks what happened and adds that he is very busy now. And behind, the brothers already begin to give up and say that nothing can be done. Ambien is happy to say that he is curious to hear what she will say, but first, he will have to listen to her teaching. She asks if he is ready to listen to her. One chunky guy notes that there is only a second round now, and there are already participants who are tired so much that they are barely holding on. But despite this, it is because of their endurance that they remained among the adventurers and now here. The other adds that in such a situation, everyone is on the verge of their own capabilities, so you need to take this test as a workout and get to the surface first. Riorius nods, making it clear that he understood everything, and then raises his hand and calmly states that he is falling down. The brothers look at him, not believing in their eyes. They ask him what he is talking about. Did he really change from fear when he realized that he was driven into a dead end? After all, it is not necessary to go against the current after 10 years, because the exit is only above, and there is no one from below, except the dark bottom of the dungeon. The river says he needs something, and it is deep in the heart of the dungeon. He decides that it will simply destroy it. They do not understand and ask what he just said. Amnion explains, the dungeon is just a curved space that occurs and is held by the nucleus. Rue explains that if the nucleus is destroyed, the dungeon will break up. The space around will change sharply, and his abilities will disappear immediately. He raises his finger and says that even in this mess they will get out of here. The three brothers at first say that they have understood everything, and then suddenly exclaims that it is too inadvertent and risky. They ask him whether he imagines how difficult it is to destroy the dungeon's nucleus, because it is hidden somewhere at the very depth. No one knows exactly how deep, but they suspect that it is at least 20 levels. Does he understand what he is dealing with? They explain that many monsters are found there. Even for the highest rank adventure seeker, this task is impossible. Let everything think well. Ryoi thinks about whether they all worry about him because these are those people who are capable of this. He really wants to pass the exam with them. So he assures them that everything is fine with him and even shares his good idea. Revia takes the object and beats it straight down, punching a hole in the floor. Everyone is astonishing. Did he really break the floor? Someone is surprised to exclaim that the lower level is now visible. The repression tells the guys that if he continues to try and punch the floor at such a speed, he will quickly reach the bottom very quickly. He is convinced that a good idea always needs hard work. The river asks everyone to go to the exit and wait there. The giant asks who he is. If it destroys the nucleus, being on the very bottom, then it is likely that he will die from the impact of a sharp song. Ryoi believes that if you got a high title without having true abilities, then you are just a fool. He addresses his brothers and asks if it is true. After a short pause, the brothers suddenly laughed in voice without holding back joy. They agree with him, recognize his rightness and admire his opinion, so they call others loudly so that they also hear him. Ryu was praised for the wonderful spirit of the bully, and in response, he suggested gathering together later in the company of the same hooligans. The other adds that now he sees a way out of this situation. Revius smiles and says it's great. He beats the floor again and again, falling below and below. At the very bottom of the Revius dungeon, he notices something strange. It seems to her that it can be a nucleus that looks like a shiny crystal. It swings and strikes the crystal. There is some noise and he thinks, what is it? Is this really a signal before destruction? He understands that he should rush and get up as soon as possible. It is rapidly raised. All warmly welcome him. And then they ask, it is a dungeon? Ria looks over the shoulder. He is excited to ask if everyone had managed to get out whole and intact. However, silence prevails in response. No one answers. Ruya raises his hand and announces that everyone has taken the test. Friends explode with joyful laughter, and in one voice they exclaim that everyone went on. They are approached by a sensation and asks if they sometimes do not joke. He, in despair, asks whether they are aware of what they have just caught. Rio replies that they made every effort to take the exam. They believed in their strength and worked together. He says he indifferent that they have destroyed the dungeons, because in fact it belongs to this country. When Sin asks if they at least understand how important the dungeons are, it reminds. Countries use them to produce all sorts of valuable materials. Rua replies what happens. Sensen explains that if everything is as it is now, the economy of the whole state will simply stop, which will lead to a real disaster. The river again replies what happens, and Herthases next to him laughs loudly. The indignation sensation exclaims that, along with the disappearance of the dungeons, numerous jobs have disappeared, and local adventurers were left without tasks. He asks how they are going to be responsible for hundreds of ordinary people who have suffered from their actions. Riwaya repeats his words again, and that giant only laughs even louder and begins to demand from them a cry. Rive promises to answer him seriously. But what is it at all? Did something unusual have happened to him, for example? Did he break from the rock or something like that? Ryues says, does he really think he will take responsibility? This is where he is, he? He also shouts that they destroyed the nucleus and destroyed the dungeon. Rivia says it was he who destroyed the nucleus, but in fact it was he who made him invent this plan. He threw them into the dungeon, and the purpose of the test made it to escape from it, so they acted, based only on its orders. Rauja says that even without much abilities, they still managed to find a way to do it. He is fiercely asking why they destroyed the whole dungeon. But Ryoi interrupts him and reminds him that he himself ordered it. He recalls the words that continues to believe in his team. Even if there is not enough abilities, thanks to effort and perseverance, they achieve great results and are sure to cope with it. Then the question arises, who will compensate for these huge losses? Everyone immediately show him a finger and state loudly that of course it will be he. Rio explained that as a supervisor of this test, he prepared an example of solving the task. It was he who closed the way out of the dungeon, using the ability to distort the space. So, the only way to get out of there is to break this trap, isn't it? And if he gave a task that could not be accomplished, then the title of the supervisor is not worth the test. Catching an annoyed growl, the hero felt the anger thickened in the air. Rui Ulia reminds him that right now, the moment has come to act according to his rank, and show everyone how to take responsibility. She appeals to him. Mr. The current examiners of the adventurers of the rank A. The crowd shouts that this is true, and agrees. Raya is absolutely right. They had to take an exam under incredibly unfair conditions, and when the decisive moment came, the examination was simply fled. Where is the dignity of the owner of the rank A? The crowd begins to laugh at this situation. Then he exclaims that he is indifferent. At first, he was strongly against this idea. He did not want to become a mentor for people like them. Just circumstances forced him to take up this case, and now he believes that he is guilty of everything that has happened. After all, he is the main examiner. and therefore all responsibility lies with it. He opens the portal and shouts to others to report it to him. But in fact, he does not care. The thought flashed in her head. It is still the guilt of the guild that staged such a senseless exam. He yells constantly about his innocence, and then suddenly disappears without a trace. Revia admits that he has escaped, and the giant asks what they are going to do now. River tells that the examiner advised them to turn to a person who holds the highest position, and ask his question to him. They all confidently declare their innocence. Seeing them, other participants in surprise ask, "Aren't these the same guys without the ability of the test? Why are they here again? They didn't take the exam, so they have to return home." The owner notes that the first part of the exam has just ended. This time the participants were surprisingly timid. Among all applicants, he is only confident in one person, so this conversation no longer concerns them. You can allow them to return home. River reports that this person has successfully passed the exam. They cannot understand what he is talking about. Ruya again reminds that they have already passed the additional exam, so now they want to take the main one. Does he ask what kind of jokes are they? Does he really want some dishonesty to fight him? And in general, what is Senin's busy now? Revia replies that he went quickly. The examiner does not understand anything. River tells that during the exam he destroyed the dungeon and seemed to be harmful to him. However, he still does not believe in it and asks again. River reports that he has a message from him. As the main examiner, he personally assumes all responsibility. He asks in surprise that it is for nonsense. He is asked how he destroyed the dungeon. They say there is some mistake. The destruction calmly replies that really destroyed the dungeon. Others exclaim that this is impossible. It is said that there is nothing to talk about with such a person, so he leaves them on Grindel and he goes to check everything in person. Rindo says, if he really destroys it, he will hit so much that the thing will fly into the air. But if it is a regular throw, then it will take it well. He returns and reports that everything is destroyed. Greeno asks what that means. He replies that everything is the same as he said. Grindo is interested in what Sentation did. Rio says that if he does not deny, they, though powerless to change something, can quickly explain everything. He asks to express directly. He tells them everything, but they do not believe any of his words. They shout that it is a lie, and they are sure that a person could not do such without ability. They are indignant, so they decide that it is time to punish the guy and immediately order to arrest him. Ryoya says that he first declared as if he did not recognize him, and then asked him to be arrested. It turns out, he contradicts himself. In response, they order him to silence. Because he understands how important it is to dungeon? The same possession of the kingdom he has just destroyed. The presenter loudly stated that the Guild of Adventurers would have to pay a huge amount of money, and in the future they will not be allowed to take the exam in the arena. All responsibility for this will lie on them. Ruwayas claims that they have allowed it. At this point, someone grabs him by the collar and, raising his voice, requires him to silence. He raises him and says that once everything happened, it will be best to lose all the guilt on him and get rid of him. If everything succeeds, then the cost of one worthless person can correct the situation, and then he will no longer be in vain. Riju recalls Ambinian's words that such as she can become a mother, that people are called a dungeon nucleus. Their fateful meeting took place in the castle, which, if viewed wider, was also the dungeons. In addition, if he desires, she could create a new dungeon's core after he destroys it, because she was ready to fulfill any of his desire. Then he thanked her, saying that he understood everything, and added that she had a great deal with the task. River thinks that when he behaves so confident, it becomes clear why everyone around him begins to worry about him, even if he asks them not to worry and trust him. He explains that the organizers specifically created absurd, difficult conditions for the exam in order to squeeze those who do not have the proper abilities. And to fulfill these unrealistic requirements is not a crime. He tells him he has a unique ability, so he can solve this problem instead of a friend who has escaped. The screams of Surisoiti could not be silent anymore. A loud cry broke out of his mouth, which cut the silence around. His emotions, like a wave, swept through the room, forcing everyone to shudder. Suddenly, Grindo intervenes and says that he is no longer worried. Now everything is under his control. He asks for all responsibility to be transferred to him, and only then he will understand it. Greeno activates his ability, and all around the artifacts fly to him, as if they were attracted by a powerful magnet. This is called steel exoskeleton. Seiya says that he is able to split the metal into thin fibers and create armor. It was for this unique ability that he was called the Iron Beam. Ruya heard that he could be proud of himself because he would be stopped by a warrior A-rang. Realizing this, he gathered with his forces, swung and struck his decisive, just blow. At that moment, Grindel's iron hand crumbles into pieces, and the examiner himself is crying in pain. Grindel falls, and with a cry asks why his armor crumbled. River explains that his power attracts all the metal around, and since his fist is strong, like metal, only one thing is able to withstand it. From such an answer, Grindel solidifies with his mouth open. Due to his strong feelings, Riai so persistently coached his body that now his blows have become impressive. He strikes Grindo, and he literally flies into parts and flies back. The presenter exclaims his name without believing his own eyes, and insists that it simply cannot be. Rijaya explained to him that in order to pass the first part of the exam, it was necessary to defeat at least one of the examiners. So he asked if he was testing. He asks if he really has to defeat him, because he is the strongest of all, and only then he will officially be able to test and become an adventurer of Class A. He makes a terrible question that he just said. He asks, will you be able to win it? Or do you really believe that you can do it, even if you do not have enough strength? Ryoi asks if he is the strongest among all these weaknesses. He was angry with the fact that he was called a small bolt. Suddenly, a member of the Adventure Guild Council named Bikamario appears and orders them loudly. But he just notices her. He fades instantly in place. The girl wondered, because this is where the official exam was being held to obtain the title. There is no place for bloody rabbits. The guest immediately bows low. River asks who he is and whose baby is. The owner warns that you should be careful, because he is faced with a member of the council. He should show respect. He says that this girl is in front of him is the member of the council who manages all the guilds of adventurers around the world. Beast Mario, an influential council representative, faces. Ravia decides that there is some important person in front of him. He does not know exactly who he is, but apparently it is worth worship. She quickly reassures him. They say, there is no need to bow. She says that in the end, they are only parasites that only formally control them, but in fact, just spoil life. The River is thinking about what a modest she is. Maybe she is really a good person. She is interested in Sodag's why the last few minutes look upset, and asks whether he has happened something really bad. He is told that all his face is covered with sweat. He confesses that the destruction of the dungeon was not at all intention, and he understands that the Glad will not be able to avoid serious problems. Since everything went so far, he decided to declare that it was this talented person who committed a crime. So he immediately decided to make him personally apologize to the kingdom of Rubler. He then adds that he is very sorry to come here, because he is a member of the council. She says she wants to explain to him, so it is impossible. It's wrong. It was he who was the supervisor during the exam, so he was responsible for what happened. If he himself put a condition that can only be done by destroying the dungeon, then this is his mistake, isn't it? The girl decides to clarify again just in case. She asks if it really destroyed the dungeon. He calmly confirms that it was he. She is interested in how to do it. He replies that he went down to the very bottom, and then knocked on the nucleus. The girl asks how he managed to hit the cannon core. He in response says that if she does not believe, then he should not. She just shrugs and says she wanted to see, and he told everything right. The girl says that all responsibility lies with the exams for the exam. It was he who organized this test. The members of the council did not give their permission. It was solely his own initiative. Everyone around is stunned by what happened. She says she knows nothing about carrying out an additional test for those who lack abilities. She addresses the owner. And what of that? And it requires that Sutis explain why he did so. 496. The girl says that they all differ only in those who have or have no ability. The origin from different kingdoms, gender, or ideology does not matter. Everyone needs to reject old prejudices and choose new levels of level, and only for talents and merits. She asked to make it a promise that it would be. She explained to him that she taught him to understand everything, and now he seems so pathetic for this reason. He only expresses his sincere apologies. The girl says that he was blinded by the order of the elder and unauthorized decides what is right and what is not. River did not even expect that she would be so attached to him. It seems that this dispute would exhaust him to the edge. The girl decides to say directly that she is disappointed in it. She believes that it is better for him to give up the desire to become ACM. He begins to shout, begging her to stay and wait. In response, she calmly says that she is not going to translate all the guilt only on him. She states that if his statement that someone else should be held responsible, then she will personally apologize to the Kingdom of Rubrum. If she fails to ask them for apology, then she will have to collect all the courage and cry in front of him right here, though she did not want it. River is sure that she behaves no different than a 3-year-old child. Now the girl appeals to all participants of the exam. She says she sincerely apologizes to them for all the hassle they had to suffer through her. He bows low and asks them to accept her sincere apologies. Ryu replied that no, they did not try especially. He suggested going to the main, and she agreed with it. She assures that anyone who has not yet reported the failure in the exam will be able to continue to take it quietly. She reported that the exam is now suspended. It will definitely continue, and while everyone can go and rest, everyone listens carefully to her words. She returns to Sovdis. She says that before going for forgiveness from the Kingdom of Rubrum, he wants to know from him all the details. Why he did not fulfill the requirements of the advice, what actually happened, and what he had for that reason. He listens carefully to her. Rue realizes that it seems that he will have to hurry. He wants to continue the exam to finally end the exam. Therefore, Rue is calling Noma. She says that the most important thing for her is his safety. He says he's also glad for her. He advises her to go to the hotel, and she obediently follows this advice. At this point, the brothers start laughing and say that they will also have to say goodbye to him. One of them exclaims that they seem to have not flew out of the exam, and all thanks to him. The second asks to allow to thank, because they still remain in the exam. And the third, with a smile, says that it was fun to travel with him. Noam is wondering what happened to them. Rua tells her all the story. After that, he asks if there is a hotel where they could stay. Noam believes that something is likely to be found. By the way, Rija forgot to mention that he could turn the dungeon back, although they are still a little worried. But the girl seems good. It would probably be worthwhile to tell her. Meanwhile, the Zemnant monitors them from afar. What exactly did he notice in you? It seemed that he thought you were looking bad. He may even be scared of it. After that, he left at least from the stock. The hotel is the first to run to the shower, joking that all wet with sweat. She says the shower is very spacious here. Revia stops just in the middle of the common room. He immediately decided to show that there was no hidden intention behind it. Initially, he planned to settle in separate rooms, but Noah began to insist that he needed to save money. So, as a result, they took a common room, without any hidden intentions. She runs out and calls him loudly by his name. Then he asks whether he should take a shower first. Apologizes that she did not ask his thoughts in advance. He assures that everything is fine and allows her to go first. She returns to her shower, and Bunyan jokingly suggests, "If you want to save, why not take a shower together?" He calls her named. She says that this proposal is quite logical, and at the heart of Noah's soul also hopes for it. She advises to touch each other, to listen to her instincts, because that is how all living things feel true. River drives away all thoughts and reminds that in this house it is customary to accept guests separately, and in turn, there are such rules. Ambanina nods. They say, let him do, as he knows. She says she will go to take a shower with Nam because everything is swearing. Ruya stops her, firmly stating that it is impossible for her. He seriously asks how things are there. She asked if he really was serious. In her memory, there are still fresh memories of what happened to that man. She coped perfectly with the task of a secret agent, and saw how he got a real pleasure. The liquid asks, and what of that? Ambinin says that this great small creature was terribly angry because of his act. It was so much anger that it was difficult to understand which of them was two of them. Ambine sits next to him and, looking carefully, notes that he is the strongest among all, and almost never allows himself to rest. Is he so afraid of losing that he is ready to get rid of everything he can prevent him? Reoa does not want to lose. He is scared that he will start mocking again. Ambinin notes that this will have to be answered, and the guild will pay considerable compensation. Because of this, Reoa may even lose the title of A-class Auton tourist. But in spite of everything, if everything ends so, then it turns out that it is too easy for him. Everyone who tries to put you in a fool must regret it. Let them get on merit. The river is thought out. Considering the circumstances, it seems best for him to ask him to create a new dungeon later. However, if you hide it for too long, it can be accused, which has not been told before. Everything will solve the right moment. A minion asks, why not just leave everything broken? But he answers himself. No, so wrong. River thinks logically, and thinks that you need to find a decision so that as many people do not suffer such misery. Ambinin says that in her opinion, he exaggerates. They had their reasons. She tells that this man, the chief examiner, was sent under house arrest, and he was already on the way to that place. Ambien asks where, in his opinion, she gathered. Ruya is just sighing, thinking that everything is repeating again, and she can do nothing about it. He gently takes Ambignon in his hands and confesses that she is grateful to her with all her soul for always supporting him with her inexhaustible force. The girl asks in surprise why he did so unexpectedly. With a serious face expression, he says that he is glad to have a reliable ally like her. She is unknown, and replies that it was not necessary to say it, but she is very pleased that he did it for her. He thanks her. Ambini lecture begins here. She explains that her clone has been watching the guy so far, and now she will recreate everything he saw right on the wall. It will be like a moving image, and he will be able to see everything with his own eyes. River thinks that she does not quite understand what she is talking about, but it impresses him. There are many Ambini and her clones on the stage, and one of them orders the performance loudly. The five-star hotel suddenly exclaims that all this is full of nonsense. He asks for help because now he will have to somehow explain why he became a criminal, guilty of destroying the dungeon of the kingdom of Rubrim. She asks if there will be a problem if their relationship becomes known. He honestly admits, yes, the problems will definitely be. He shouts that if people think that he is involved in the crime, it will harm his struggle for the throne, and he should not come to this hotel in this form. And then the evil Sodes orders him not to carry nonsense. The examiner grabs Nanto for the collar and shouts that he has plowed him from the beginning. He allegedly ordered him to spoil his life to the boy, whom himself put his eye for a long time. He exclaims that he considered this task easy when he found out that that man had no abilities. The man asks to let him go. He screams again that he also thought that this wonderful suggestion is to fail only one and get such a big reward. He then adds that he is now almost losing the title of adventurer. Lousy Brat Bistamario told him it directly in the eye. And if her words come true, then he will also end. Does he understand it? Ziminanto is interested in the reason and asks, why did it happen? He replies to this that he is not obliged to protect him at all. If he perish, he will just take him with him. Rugia, along with all the copies of Ambanandand, watched the events closely and exclaimed enthusiastically, "Oh, after that, it will be clear who will get the throne." Even she, without breaking away from popcorn, was amazed. Sita says he will tell everything now. The Earth exclaims that it is not it, and then asks him to listen. He suggested that he blame himself, and then promised him to thank for it. His words did not like the listeners, and dissatisfaction began to spread among people. However, Soy tells him directly in his face that he will not survive until now. He adds, "If you already have to die, then together, because they all have a common destiny." And Soy understands it well. He presses him to the wall and says, "If they both were destined to die, isn't it better to try to find the way to get out of this trap?" He reported that tonight he was going to send the news of the way and to attack this disadvantage. Seeing this, Vija immediately wondered if he was planning to attack him. He said he would kill him first, and then set fire to the hotel. So he will not only burn the body, but also get rid of all possible witnesses, which will significantly complicate the investigation of this case. River thinks that perhaps this is what the team of adventurers AA. Seiya says that with him there should be another adventure finder named Noam, and from her, just like just in case, you also need to get rid of. Totizum Nanto interferes, and asks whether it is impossible to leave it alive and take it with it, because it has very valuable abilities of high level, and he sees in it innocence and beauty. It will be officially included in the list of dead in a fire, and in fact, it will become their paw. Ryu still believes that this prince has no qualities necessary for the real king. Sita says it is impossible, but although she should lose her power, she must get rid of her. All for the safety of others. The earthworms then ask him, "Before killing it, let me be together at least once." She asks if they agreed. Here, Rija confidently states that this will not happen, and immediately orders Abinion to go on. Here, Sarita says he is already prepared. If someone thinks of escape, he allows him to kill him. Suddenly, he notices that his body is not obeyed. He cannot move. The second, in despair, shouts that his body is also paralyzed. He cannot even move his finger. Everyone in a panic does not understand what is happening and begin to beg for help. Sidus is rigidly reminded of their tongues with their teeth, turning to Nanto and orders everyone not to lose their heads, because you need to act secretly. At this point, Ambinion appears above everyone, and says that in the midst of panic she would very much like to see something pleasant. Seeing her, people shout loudly that it is a ghost. They do not understand how she was among the city, and suspect that all these events are her hands. She replies that everything is so because they wanted to cause evil to her master. Sunant explains that if she has a master, then she is someone's family's. At this point, Ryuya appears, welcomes everyone, and reports that he is her master. Judah says with annoyance that everything turned out to be, he used a gun and learned about everything, so now he considers him a scoundrel. Rijaya notes that it is good that he understood everything so quickly. Ambinant appeals to Ryui and reminds her that these pathetic people will not be able to get rid of the put of the consciousness she imposed on them. She is wondering if they leave these suspicious people here by morning. Simnanto does not get tired of shouting, calling for help. In despair, he cries that he is the future king of the kingdom of Kentakillan. Hayes calls Ambinian a pathetic spirit and rattles it, warning not to underestimate it. Ambinian is amazed. She did not expect that he would be so easily deprived of her influence and would even neglect her. Ryu was interested in how he managed to get rid of these shackles. He carefully studies their properties and finds out these shackles are able to change the direction of strength and even turn it back. It turns out that they are activated as soon as something touches the body, and then they take over the ability of everything that touched the person. Ring aloud announces that it changes the direction of force. The ambient explains, it is an ability that conquers even the laws of physics. It turns out that he can even reflect her television, which has neither shape nor the body. His strength is very rare. She adds that by the standards of people he has truly outstanding abilities. Sood tells that he looks at the abilities of others and evaluates them. He calls her a cunning ghost. Ambinians begins to be angry, but Rugja gently advises her to calm down. Then Cedes proposes to tell them what his ability is. Ryoya notices that the opponent uses a vector reflector. He proudly explains, all attacks against him return back with the same force. Ever since he gained this ability, he has not suffered any scratch in any battle. The river deliberately throws the object, but misses. Ambanan explains that the stronger the blow, the stronger it will turn against the one who caused it. This ability affects the force that is applied, so there is no boundary for it. She adds that the stone was scattered to powder, only because the throw was extremely powerful. The river replies that he understood it. River believes that even such a powerful attack that cannot be repelled does not come to it. So Yeti asks if they really think he cannot strike himself with this ability. He attacks and says that is their serious mistake. Ru suggests that the activation condition is its ability to touch something. In other words, it can return the obtained shocks of any object. Even the blows to the ground and their echo turn twice as powerful. Ambinin explains Roy that this ability is uniquely related to the pentagram. Ryu feels, if he does not receive any answer, he will not be able to make the next jump. He tries to reassure himself, ordered not to be distracted by the little things, and convinces that his calculations will change nothing. This is how it happened. He suddenly jumps on Ryu and, with a cry, "Bending!" Zrenya attacks it with a sword. But Ryu effortlessly stops this attack. Soidex frozen in place of surprise, as if fossilized from shock. And hesitating, he dares to ask if Ruya really took his blow with his bare hands. He bounces back immediately, and here it explodes. So it cannot be. After all, it has accumulated so much for a repeated reflection that it could effortlessly destroy even the strongest armor. He thinks whether he really has some ability that does not allow even cold weapons to cut his skin. But he does not have any disability. So what is it really? Rio EU is surprised that for such a talented and self-confident person, as he seems incredible to believe that all this happened only because of abilities. So, the assistant says that based on his words, this could happen to whom nothing got anything, so he asks him not to lie anymore. The Sasta really confirms it. The vector of reflection is the ability of CC rank, and it belongs to first-class skills. The fact that he possesses this force and has such a rank is the inevitability of all possible. He unexpectedly attacks Ryu from his back. He shouts that it is unfair, because of such a talentless as he was taken away by A. He shouts to him, "Die!" Based on an internal instinct that suggests, if it happens, it is he, the owner of a unique force, will be able to escape. Ray screams because even those who are considered a trifle said the same thing. Everyone should understand that he is doomed to destroy them. Rui thought that it was probably the ability of the CS rang. He first faces a ability that is almost able to pay attention to everything. River is an ordinary guy who has no ability, except for the opportunity to increase his level, strength, endurance, and strength. For him, This is the only way to become stronger. But, unfortunately, it is his feature that devalues all the achievements and efforts he acquires. Here is the true power of his abilities. This is carefully observed by Ambinyan and Ziminanto. The second does not hide the surprise. What he sees seems incredible. What do they really do? Ryuyo thinks that his own talents will spoil his efforts. But suddenly, he rejects these doubts, tells himself that it is too early to think about it, and extends his hands. He is aware that he returns invisible power like a stone deep. He is thrown that it cannot be taught, and even no one can grasp it. His gift is so strong that it reflects not only strokes and cutting attacks, any external force will be immediately rejected. He claims that he has no weaknesses. Rui thinks whether it is true. Ambini and telekinesis worked perfectly on the first attempt. This means that the ability to reflect is not activated on its own. He thinks, no, probably she is not capable of such. Ryu is interested. What happens if he continues to grab him by his shoulders? That is why he spoke. He felt that he began to suffocate, and such stupid as he had already met more than once. He adds what happened to everyone. He loudly states that he will certainly deprive his life. He plunged the knife just into the stomach, and he immediately plunged into a state of shock. He thinks that he cannot even harm his belly. In his thoughts, he calls Ryu a true monster. He decides to strike 1,000 beats in his own clumsiness. At this point, no one sleeps calmly. A little time passed, and Sui Deses felt his hand begins to mute. It is at this point that the Rudy approaches him, puts his hands on his shoulders, and notes that everything happened quickly. He was preparing to spend it all a month. After that, the Rid firmly squeezes the shoulders of Sui until they crunch. The animal moves loudly with pain, and Ambianian is wondering if you think that if all his bones are compressed, he is unlikely to be an adventure seeker. Ruya confesses that he really wanted to cut him in half, and Mincian agrees. They say, it is quite fair. Zimnanton looks at them with horror and fear in the eyes. His mouth is barely open, his teeth tremble, and abundant sweat flows on the face. River is turning with his emananto, stating that his turn is now. Behind him, on the floor, he is squeezed from the pain of the hundreds, trying to crawl to him. He tells him that he is too vindictive, and for the sake of the throne, it seems, does not neglect any means. Hearing this, the interlocutor is frightened and receding, and he is stopped by Amdian's strength. At the same time, Amdian assures that he was not really the one who intended their murder. At the same time, he addresses someone for help, hoping that he will be saved. Ryoya says that the only conversation about the murder already indicates his involvement. He asks whether he understands. If his father learns about it, he will not become a king. It is better to die here with honor than to wait for shame. It is trembling with horror, realizing that its end is inevitable. She shouts in a panic that he does not want to die, and begs his father to speak for him. He is desperately discarded, waving his hands like a small child, but his movement suddenly stops the strength of a minion. A smile suddenly appears on the boy's face, and he quietly adds that he does not want to do it. He reaches out his hand, clamps the middle finger under the big, and screams to eat him as if he would start his finger. At this point, he uses his royal skill of flattery. He is heard with a click of the fingers, and everything around begins to glow. The river froze in place, not understanding what the royal skill is. It was only laughed, noting that the river lost vigilance. He was certain that the heirs had no skills. But his power was not as simple as Lele Sasa's. Zemnanto fascinates with his voice and calls for listening to the idol. Anyone who hears these words cannot resist. Everyone fulfills its desire. This ability is a characteristic feature of Blue. River hears his voice echoes in his chest. What is the strange feeling of boundless respect? It seems as if his heart is completely naked. This unbearably warm condition envelops it from the inside. Earthly whispers to him that from now on he is his master. His power belongs to him. The river returns to him and addresses, Teacher. The seaman says that everything is as it is, and now he will do everything he was asked, completely. At this point, Raye beats the earth in the face. He exclaims that it is simply impossible. Raya explains that although the words of the earth seem to respond in his heart, they did not actually affect him. And that means that the earthly cannot manage it. He believes that managing people is not forced by him, but his own character traits and actions. Without them, he cannot become a real king. Only Les barely possessed such a voice that it could awaken thousands of hearts. When she said, even indifferent, began to feel their heart beat faster. Winter lies on the ground almost painless, and blood flows from his nose. Abinion sighs lightly, and at that moment Ryoi asks, "What happened? Did he think that it was a bad idea to hit someone from the royal family?" Ambinion replied, "No, just think. My skill did not work on him because in fact it is an extremely volitional person." Raija replied that he did not consider it that he was such a headless master as he had. Even such extraordinary technique would not be able to conquer anyone. But Ambinin denied. He is convinced that he has a skill that almost no one could resist throughout the history of mankind. Ambinin notes that perhaps it means that he is no longer a person, but something much higher. And it is really interesting. Then she adds that it was the right solution. The revision smiles and agrees. It had to be done from the beginning. Since the main instigators were already neutralized, it was only necessary to send someone from the subordinates to deal with small sprays, and in this investigation of a crime with a ruble could be considered complete. But suddenly someone denied it loudly. They say, "It is too early to talk about it.